The problem with this is it then creates separate listings because technically the stream has ended and started again, and that's really annoying. Okay, let's already scuffed. Where are you off to so quickly, my friend? Don't tell me you're trying to avoid me. I'd prefer it, yes. Everyone's so honest this morning. How refreshing. So what brings you here today, Emmett? My job, which you're currently preventing me from doing. There's always more time for work later. It's not always friends later. That would be true, yes, but you're all acquaintances at most. Hey, you're meant to think stuff like that, but not say it to our faces. You're such a stick in the mud. Ooh, now that's a smile. I want to zoom in on his face so bad. And you're a thorn in my side. Unhand me. You'll run away. I might just have to hold on to you tighter. I might, yes, and please don't. You two are friends then? We absolutely are. We absolutely are not. It's more like I happen to bump into him no matter where I go, and he takes it upon himself to bother me non-stop. You're too stubborn for your own good. One day, I'll get you to agree we're best friends. Hell will freeze over before that day comes. So cold. I thought we had such a beautiful relationship. You're breaking my heart over here, Emmett. Emmett, the famous heartbreaker. I like the sound of that. Don't encourage him. He'll never stop. Please, encourage me more. I'm like a puppy. I thrive on attention. Yes. Exactly. Just like a puppy. Desperately in need of discipline. Ooh. Ooh, is he gonna discipline him? Since you're here, Emmett, I was wondering if you'd like to come out for dinner with us tomorrow night. No, thank you. Scared that Emmett will bite? He's going? Yeah. So far, it's me, Eden, and Lucille. I'd like to ask Florian and Winnie too. I'd really like you to come, if that makes a difference. Fine. I will make a spot in my otherwise packed schedule. Hope you appreciate the effort. What a gentleman, Emmett. How very unlike you. Change your mind. Maybe you have a soft spot for Sage, eh? I have nothing of the sort. I'm merely agreeing so that someone responsible can be on hand to keep things under control. Emmett shrugged out of Eden's grasp and then brushed himself off. Now, if that's all, I need to speak with Sage in private. Well, when you put it like that, I can't help but wonder about your relationship. Do tell me what happens. Nothing is going to happen. It is simple discussion and nothing more. Is that a blush I see on your cheeks? Maybe you're the one who needs glasses here. Stop making things up. Allow me to escort you out, Sir Eden, so that Sir Emmett and Sage may talk in peace for a moment. What a noble way of throwing me out. Well, it was nice to meet you, Sage. I hope to see you around town, Definitely. It's been a pleasure. I'll let you know more about my services later, but drinks first. I'm a very hands-on worker. I like to get to know my business partners before we work together. Ugh. Sounds great. See you tomorrow, Eden. Lucille put a hand on Eden's back and saw him to the door. Get out! Get out! Where he finally exited the store, the bell tinkling as he did. Pardon the intrusion. As I said, we need to talk. Sure thing, what's up? Did you miss me so badly you had to come see me first thing? No, we can't afford our bills. Don't be absurd. Did you give my business card to anyone? No, of course not. Why would I? I'm keeping your number all to myself, thank you. Damn it. If you're not responsible, then that's even more concerning. How did they find me and get a hold of my number? Who? What's going on? It's my previous employer. What would they want? Wait, did you do accounting for a criminal organization or something? I worry about the fantasies that are going on in that head of yours. Forget it, I'll deal with it myself. You're kind of worrying me here. You're a client, there's no need to worry about me. Nuh-uh, we're close acquaintances now. I think that means I'm legally allowed to worry about you. I'm no solicitor, but I'm certain that's not how this works. Ooh, they kept solicitor. Interesting. Interesting. Americanized everything else, but kept solicitor. I changed all my instances of solicitor to lawyer. So you're trying to argue that me worrying about you is illegal? What? No, stop talking nonsense. I can't believe you'd call me nonsensical, Mr. Accountant, for crime syndicate. That's not... Ugh, forget it. You're impossible. Emmett pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. Almost like he was in pain. It's nothing like that. Nothing illegal at the very least. Let's just say I terminated my contract early and they aren't happy about it. Well, they can't force you back, can they? I'd like to say no, but they're so obsessed with their rules and regulations that they might have some obscure way to try and make me work for them again. And that would be a bad thing, right? I left for a reason. Ugh, what a terrible start to an otherwise good morning. At least you got to see me. As I said. Thank you for your concern, Sage. It's not necessary, but, well, thank you anyway. Whoa. Winnie. What you guys whispering about? Is it secrets? Ooh, I love secrets. Come on, tell me. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Oh, Winnie. Good morning. Have you and Emmett met before? Does watching him from the corner of the room count? I don't think so. Then, no. My name's Winnie. Nice to meet ya. So, what's happening? None of your business, Miss Winona. Just Winnie is fine. Fine. Miss Just Winnie. Ooh, he's got jokes. No! I mean, I'm just Winnie. As I said, Miss Just Winnie. Aww. Fine, fine. I'll be Miss Just Winnie. But you have to be Mr. Tall and Serious. Mr. Finch will suffice. Mr. Always looks like he's got a stick up his butt? I feel like that one might be a little long. Thank you for noticing. It takes a lot of effort to maintain. I like you. You're funny. Funny isn't the word I'd use, but if you'd prefer it, then be my guest. Now, if that's all, I have other things to attend to. Hey, Emmett? Yes? This all could have been a text, you know? And? I'm just saying. I feel like you stopped by just to see me. You would be incorrect. As I gave you my number, but you never gave me yours. Good day, Miss Marigold, Miss Just Winnie. At that, Emmett turned on his heel and walked out the door, the bell jingling as he did. Winnie turned and waved her hand, watching as he left. So, what was that about? A romantic tryst? A secret rendezvous? The beginnings of forbidden love? Do you read a lot of romance novels or something, Winnie? Well, it does get boring around here sometimes. Emma just doesn't realize it yet. I'd rather have a romantic tryst with you. It wasn't anything like that. A romantic tryst sounds a lot more fun than the actual answer. It's just work stuff. Romance avoids me like the plague. What? Surely I didn't hear you right. You? But you're so fun and cute and cool. I'm one of those things, but I'll leave you to guess which. Oh, by the way, Winnie, I wanted to ask you something. Would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow night? Dinner? With you? Ooh, are you inviting me on a date? Can she leave? Is she able to just, like, you know, go places? Sure. Date with me, Emmett, Lucille, Eden, and hopefully Florian. We're all going to be one big happy family. Okay. So this is not a one-on-one thing. Boo. Did you want it to be one-on-one? Well, of course. I want to get to know you better. Well, a bigger group doesn't have to stop that, does it? Plus, we can always hang out here. I want to get to know you too, but I want to get to know you better too, Winnie. Yeah, that sounds fun. Winnie shifted and fiddled with her hands. Can I think about it and let you know later? Oh, sure. It's not until tomorrow, anyway, so there's no rush. If you do want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to either. No, I super want to. I'll let you know. Alright. I better get ready to open up anyway. Okie dokie. See you later, alligator. Winnie gave a small wave, then floated up through the ceiling. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. Ugh. To do, learn about woodworking. Got some bills to pay. Let's pay those bills. You sat down at your desk, ready to go over the week's bills. You paid your bills in full, $120. You're leaning against the counter, eating the last of your food supplies when Florian comes in through the front door, nearly dragging his bag behind him. You thought it would be impossible, but somehow he looked even more tired than usual. Hey, Florian. Long night. He pulled off his usual disguise. Good morning, night, afternoon, whatever it is. I feel that. A brilliant start to your shift. Can I get you a coffee or something? Yes, wait. No. Ugh. Seriously, are you okay? I'm fine. God, you're so nosy. It's just been a long few days. Florian dragged his bag over to the counter and sat down with a sigh. I can tell. You're looking worse every day. Gee, thanks. Florian's voice was a flat monotone, as if all the energy had been sucked from him. You could always take a few days off. I'm sure we could manage. I'll have to take a double shift on sweeping, but hey, I could use the arm workout. I do more than sweeping, you know. Do you even do sweeping? Because surely it doesn't need both of them to clean. Also, I don't want to. I'm not sick, just... It's fine. Stop worrying about me and worry about something more productive. Give me an example then and I'll consider it. Running the store? I think I've got that down by now. Something else. Fuck, I don't know. All this supernatural stuff you're struggling with. Yeah, actually about that. What? I think I might be a witch. Or a wizard or something along those lines. God, what happened overnight? He's just like, oh. You just made his day worse. To make a long story short, a magic book with the worst personality pretty much hit me in the face with the revelation. Fine. You know what? Sure. Magic books. Great. Really? That's all? What do you want me to say? You're a witch. Hooray. Let's celebrate. I kind of thought you'd have a bit more to say than that. Do you know if my aunt was like this? Well, there was certainly something wrong with her. I love him so much. Hey. I don't mean... Look, she's eccentric and she lives here. There was always going to be something up with her. So you didn't know she was a witch? Nope. She tends to keep things to herself. It's kind of her thing. And you're fine with that? Look, she pays me. I don't care if she's a witch or an alien or whatever else, just as long as my bills get paid. I'm sure you have sick leave, you know. You ought to use it. I'm not sick. Leave it. Jeez. Alright, I'll drop it. Florian let out a breath. Sorry. Just had a shit few days. If you're a witch or whatever, maybe you have some spell to give me my energy back. He laughed weakly and rested his head on the counter. I'd give anything to sleep right now. You can use my bed if you'd like. I can't think of anything weirder than sleeping in Sylvie's room. I think the bed smells more like me than her, if that helps. It does not. It's not for lack of trying anyway. Thanks for the offer, though. Give him a pat. You reach down and give him a pat on his head. His hair is actually very soft. What are you doing? Sorry. Really. It was a force of habit. You reminded me of my mum's dog. Your mum's dog? Yeah, when she's grumpy, she puts her head down like that too. My bad. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, you're much softer than her. Whatever. I have work to do. He practically flew away from the counter, cheeks turning bright red. Sorry, Florian. With that, you finish up your lunch break and go back to work. The store was quiet when you knelt down behind the counter, sorting out the various papers and knickknacks stored underneath, and boy, was there a lot of papers and knickknacks. Your aunt was nearly at the level of a hoarder. She had receipts stored away from 2 decades ago, brochures for long-closed restaurants, and enough loose screws to build a small airplane. How can you even amass this much stuff? I don't know, quite easily. I mean, old flyers is a bit much, but... I am currently working through, like, 20 years worth of accrual. I'm moving from the bedroom that I have lived in for the past 20 years and moving downstairs into an old, like, into a bigger room that used to be my dad's TV room. And if he had a stroke in November and is still in hospital. But if he does come home, he won't be able to use the stairs. So we're kind of in the process of, like, I'm moving downstairs and it'll give me a way, way better space. And I'll be able to have a proper desk for the first time ever. My monitors don't even fit on my desk, and neither does my keyboard and mouse next to each other. I have to keep, like, Frankensteining extensions with, like, plyboard. But I've been emptying out, like, the wardrobes and stuff like that. There's 2 wardrobes, like, built-in wardrobes in down there, and there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. And I don't know what any of it is, and I'm getting close to being done though. Like, most of the stuff I've sorted through, and it kind of needs like the rest of the family to kind of look at it and be like, you know, throw it out or keep it. But hopefully I can throw most of it out because it's mostly junk. Or stuff that's so old that we haven't seen in years and we're likely to never want again. But no one wants to throw anything out. It's from my grandma. Something like stays on a table for any amount of time and she's already trying to throw it out. Like, my grandpa's a bit of a hoarder, and then my grandma, like, throws away everything. I'm so tired. Because if I'm not working, then I'm sorting through the downstairs, and then I'll have to pack up my room and move all my stuff, and I have a lot of stuff. Eventually though, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I'll be done. I'm going to be painting, and I'm getting a new bed, and I've just bought a new rug for down there. And if you're on my Discord, I've shown some of my progress shots of what I've been what I've been kind of doing. Everything kind of happens at once. And at any given point, I am so, like, overwhelmed and overstimulated that I just want to, like, pterodactyl screech at the top of my lungs. Before you sort out a stack of magazines again, some decades old, and begin to categorize them and sort them. Before your eyes caught on a small unlabeled white envelope between the pages. You carefully remove it, noting how pristine it looked. It definitely wasn't as old as the other junk she'd been keeping behind the register. Flipping it over, you noticed it was also unsealed. Huh, it's not addressed to anyone. I guess it's fair game. Curiosity got the better of you, and you sat down on the stool and opened the envelope, pulling out a crisp sheet of paper from within. The handwriting was instantly familiar. Neat, sweeping strokes. Each word pressed with the kind of confidence only your aunt seemed to have. Still, there were faint marks of hesitation. A word scratched out here, a sentence started and abandoned there. Unusual for her. You smoothed the page and began to read, putting aside any guilt over your nosiness. To my dear Quinn, I am writing this ink far too smudgy from... I'm writing this with ink far too smudgy for my taste, and on paper that deserves better than my restless scratching. But perhaps that is fitting, for you are one of the few people I know who can take scraps and turn them into something whole. A half-empty cupboard becomes a feast. A half-thought phrase becomes poetry. A half-hearted day becomes bearable. I am leaving Willowmist for a time. Do not fret, it is not forever. You would, of course. You always worry more than you say. I will return, of course. I always do. When I do, I hope you'll forgive me for slipping away without saying goodbye. You deserve so much better than vanishing acts and riddles. I should have told you this in person. I nearly did, standing outside the silver oak with words right on the edge of my tongue. But I could not bring myself to. Not because I do not trust you, Quinn, but because I trust you too much. You would look at me with those foolishly kind eyes of yours and ask me to stay. And I might have. I cannot afford that weakness. Not right now. Weakness? There are important matters only I can attend to that cannot wait a moment longer. Take care of yourself, Quinn. And please, don't forget to eat something other than your own cooking every now and then. Even chefs need looking after. Yours, always, Sylvie. You sat frozen for a long moment, the words hanging heavy in the air around you. It wasn't like the other letters she'd left behind for you. This one felt different. Softer, more vulnerable. And it hadn't even been sealed, let alone delivered. Why had she hidden it away here? Why never send it at all? Auntie, you're more complicated than I gave you credit for. You carefully slid the letter back into the envelope, leaving it no worse off than when it started. You could easily have slipped it back between the magazines to remain hidden forever. It wasn't your place. But something stopped you, and you instead stood and headed towards the door. Ooh, we're gonna deliver it? Meddlesome. The silver oak was alive with light and sound, even in the middle of the day. The air smelled of herbs and roasted garlic, underscored by the sweetness of something caramelizing slowly. In the oven, it was the kind of smell that made your stomach growl, no matter how recently you'd eaten. Several patrons lingered despite the hour, sipping drinks in the garden or eating a meal. It didn't take long for you to spot Quinn a few tables down. You're about to emotionally devastate this man. He was moving gracefully between patrons, balancing 3 plates at once and a full glass of wine, and talking animatedly to his customers. Your eyes met, and nearly instantly he was by your side, face beaming. Ah, my newest and most radiant customer. No, my newest friend, my newest confidant, my newest partner in culinary crime. He swept into a dramatic bow, somehow without spilling a drop of the wine he was carrying. His hair slipped forward over his shoulder like a curtain of dark silk. Tell me you are here to dine, to taste the wonders of my kitchen, to bask in the company of Willowmist's finest oak. Actually, I came because I found something of yours. Something of mine. A lost trinket? A misplaced poem? My dignity, perhaps. I've been searching for that one for years. You held out the envelope. Quinn's hand stilled before he reached for it. His gaze lingered on it, recognition flickering instantly across his features, as if he could tell who had written it from the lack of a name on the front. For a moment, the noise of the restaurant seemed to fade around him. He took the letter slowly, almost reverently, as though it might vanish if he moved too quickly. Sylvie's hand. He spoke the words softly, as if testing them. His thumb brushed the edge of the letter, and he let out a small, shaky laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. For me? She never gave this to me. His eyes scanned the first few lines. His smile faltered. Whatever flamboyant quip had been waiting on his tongue shriveled into silence. With a quiet exhale, Quinn tucked the letter back into the envelope and slipped it against his chest. His usual energy was still there, but muted. Like a fire burning low. Thank you, Sage, for bringing this to me. His voice caught, and he cleared his throat, forcing a grin back onto his face. I owe you a meal, no arguments. The finest thing you've ever tasted, and then some. Consider it payment for your noble service as courier of forgotten words. You don't have to... but I must. If I did not, the very foundations of the silver oak would crumble. And then where would Willowmist be? Hungry, despairing, devoid of risotto. Tragic. The grin was convincing, but not quite enough to hide the heaviness in his eyes. Still, he clapped you warmly on the shoulder, his voice booming again to cover the crack in his armor. Why do you know why she didn't give this to you? Well, I could guess. But Sylvie has always been a storm. You can predict the thunder, but never the lightning. But enough of my melancholy. I will not let you carry my burdens when you already carry the store. No. This letter is a gift, is it in its own way? A reminder that she thought of me. And for that, my heart is lighter, not heavier. Now how about that meal, Another day. I'm actually meant to be minding the store. My deepest apology for stealing you away for so long then. Terrible of me. Terrible indeed. Have a lovely day, my dear. And thank you. That's your future uncle. With that, you turned to leave. You glanced back over your shoulder and saw him staring down at the letter, a small, wistful smile on his lips. Yay. You get seated behind the counter. I'm ready for today's customers. Oh, this little weirdo's back again. The bells chime and a customer comes inside. The sky is blue, so I thought I'd stop by. Welcome. Ceramic axolotl figure is humming. Don't you hear it? I think my mom's hands will be happy holding this. Okay. Okay. Bye, Azrael. This was fun. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. You saw one customer today, but no one else is coming now. It was a little past 5 p.m. when you flipped over the sign on the door to closed and let out a drowsy sigh. What a day. Whoa. You say that every day, you know, like a broken record. Well, every day is exhausting, in a good way, though. How can anything be exhausting in a good way? Have you ever finished something and been tired but really proud of your work? Nope. I usually finish shit then wish I'd never started it in the first place. Kind of a pessimist. The world isn't sunshine and rainbows. That's true, but, well, bad things will always happen, but life goes on. Isn't that kind of cool? Not really. Maybe if you didn't frown so much, you'd be more positive. I don't think it works like that. You should smile more. Give it a try. See? Just copy my face. It's really easy. Just relax your muscles and nope, still frowning, I see. It's not a frown, it's just my face. That's unfortunate for you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all. Noisy must run in your family or something. Noisy, annoying, and a complete pain in the ass. You forget gorgeous, charming, and funny. No, trust me, I didn't. You grinned, and Florian turned away from you, looking around the store. It looked as it always did, a mess of knickknacks and clutter. But a clean one. Florian did a good job. Even if he tried to deny it. Hey, Florian, I was wondering something. You're always wondering something or other. You never stop asking questions. It's good to have an inquisitive brain, you know. It keeps me young, or something like that anyway. Is it... It seems like a lot of effort, especially when you could just keep your mouth shut and think to yourself instead. Anyway, as I was saying, I know that you grew up in town, but not much else. You haven't always worked here, right? What'd you do before? Is it important? That depends on how important getting to know each other is. Not important then. I think you default to being mean when you feel shy. Look, I used to be in college, but that didn't work out and I dropped out. There's a college here? That's surprising. I didn't know the population of Willowmist could support it. No. It was in the city. Didn't you say you'd always lived here? I was only gone a few months. It hardly counts. Well, why'd you drop out? Get bored of your major? Why is this so important to you? You've got a magic book upstairs, right? Why don't you go bug it instead? I don't know if Barnabas would like that. He has a name? Hey, I didn't pick it. He came pre-named, though. To be fair, Barnabas is kind of a rockin' name. You're changing the subject. Barnabas has nothing to do with this. I'm interested in you. Health complications, alright? I couldn't stay, but I also couldn't come back when... Ugh, look, fine. If you're so desperate to know, I'll tell you, but can we sit down? My head is killing me. Of course. We can use my room upstairs, if that's alright with you. He gets so embarrassed by the room. Florian looked to the side, a dust of red appearing on his cheeks. Now who's trying to get who into bed? It's not like that. I never mentioned bed, did I? I never mentioned anything about my bed. You're the one thinking about that. I never... No need to deny it. You literally just brought it up. Look, you're cute. But I think you're jumping ahead a little, don't you? I'm not... You don't... Ugh. With that, Florian turned around and stomped upstairs, huffing the entire way up. Welcome to my humble abode, Sir Florian. God, shut up. You sound like Lucille. Is that a bad thing? I know you two are pretty different. But I hope that's not a problem. One Lucille isn't enough, that's all. It's not like I hate her, she's just... a lot. Alright, I'll keep my chivalry to a minimum, my fair liege. You flop down on your couch, sinking into the cushions. Florian followed, though much more cautiously, perching himself on the opposite end. He looked around the room, his gaze lingering on a photo frame. It had been there when you arrived. A picture of a much younger Aunt Sylvie, holding a baby. It must have been you. This place is weirdly empty. You think? It's packed with all kinds of stuff in here. Sometimes I wonder where my aunt got it all. No, I mean... Sylvie has a big personality. She kind of filled any space she was in. I'm trying my best over here. I guess it's alright with you here too. Hey, I'll take second best to her. She's amazing. Anyway, what were we talking about? You dropping out of college. Right. Florian blinked a few times, as if his eyes were trying to stay open. Are you feeling okay? Stop asking me about that, I'm fine. He gently rubbed his temples, then shook his head. Just a headache, it's no big deal. Anyway, college. I just had some health shit, and I left, but... Look, look, I won't sugarcoat it, and I'm not asking for your pity. My dad ran off after my little sister was born, and my mum struggled to raise both of us. I quit high school to have a couple of part-time jobs to help her. Oh, Florian, I'm sorry. You do what you have to do to survive, it's fine. But my mum, she secretly saved up to send me to college for years without telling me. Then she just sent me off. She wanted the best for you. Yeah. But why should the best not include them? But fine, whatever, I went. And I couldn't face them when I dropped out. They think I'm still in the city, living my life, getting my degree. I can't bring myself to tell them otherwise. So wait, they live in Willowmist, but have no clue you're here too? Florian, why? They would probably love to see you. I can't face them. She gave up everything for me, and I just let her down completely. What am I meant to say? Hey, Mum, turns out I'm a fuck-up who can't even make it through a semester of college. Surprise! She'd be happy to just seeing you and knowing you're safe. It's what parents do, especially if it's health-related. I can't. Not like this. Ugh. Florian's head sank down into his hands, his shoulders trembling. I'm not who I was when I left. I can't. I'm not a perfect little son anymore. Oh, should we put a hand on his shoulder or pull him into a hug? I feel like he'd react poorly to a hug, but I'm gonna give him a hug. We're gonna give him a hug. Oh, he's gonna freak out. Without thinking, you leaned forward and pulled Florian into a hug. He stiffened, his breath catching, and his hands hovered over your back. What are you... I'm sorry, Florian, really. Slowly, though, his arms wrapped around you and he squeezed you tight. It's not like it's your fault. There's no reason for you to be sorry. I just want to go home and feel like things are normal again. Can't you? I truly, honestly believe that your mom would be happy to see you. It's not just that. I don't deserve it anymore. I can't trust myself around her or my sister. Trust yourself? Even you should be keeping your distance. God, you're so fucking naive. I'll just mess things up for you too. Everything I touch just falls apart. I don't think that's true. I'm right here, and I haven't fallen apart yet. The store hasn't fallen down around us. You're not destroying anything. Yet. Ugh. I don't want to share any of this shit. You know that? It's embarrassing. There's no shame in feeling emotions. Isn't that just proof we're human? I know that it's difficult for you, and I can't magically make it better, but if you need someone to talk to or anything else, you can rely on me. You're too nice, you know. You're definitely going to end up being taken advantage of. By who? You? I don't think you have the energy to take advantage of anyone, even if you wanted to. Ugh, thanks, I guess. Florian pulled back and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Seriously though, don't say anything about this to anyone. Our secret. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, you know. Hardly. You've known me for less than 24 hours and you've already broadcast my existence to the entirety of this quaint little establishment. At this rate, I expect you'll be handing out pamphlets by weekend. Truly, your discretion is legendary. What the? There he is. My favorite talking book in the whole world. Not a lot of competition there, but don't let that hurt your feelings. And to be fair, I haven't told everyone yet, only Florian. Oh, Florian, meet Barnabas. Barnabas, Florian. It literally talks. Did you think I was making it up? No, but I didn't expect... My reputation precedes me, as always. Hello, Florian. It is a pleasure to meet a friend of my esteemed master, or some drivel. Barnabas isn't very nice, if you've noticed. No shit. It's such a pretty fucking book, though. It's so pretty. You will have to excuse me, as I was rudely interrupted in the middle of my rest. Your rest? What does a book have to be so tired about anyway? Plenty of things, you impotent creature. The effort it takes to communicate with my new master, for example, is truly a Herculean task. At that, Barnabas floated across the room and landed on the desk. It just Flies? God, I'm too tired for this shit. And now I've embarrassed myself in front of 2 people. Great. Fortunately for you, I have the displeasure of being in service only to my pitiful master. And as such, I have no one to share your shame with. Ugh. Just ignore him. I'll put him in the drawer if he keeps it up. The audacity! Fine. Silence me, but mark my words, you will soon regret this. This must be a lot for you too. Just a little bit. I like to think I'm pretty good at running with things, but sometimes, I'll be honest, I don't even really know where to start. But I've got all the time in the world to work it out anyway. Aren't you going home in 3 months? Okay. I've got 3 months to work it out. Thanks, Florian. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make it worse. I'm just kidding, really. I'm having fun. It'll be fine. I wish I had a drop of your optimism. Change fucking sucks. Yeah, but sometimes it can be really great, too. I've only been here a week, and it feels like I've made a bunch of friends. It's really, really great. Yeah, well, you're easy to like. Am I now? For some people, not me. You don't like me at all? Aww. Well, I like you. Damn. I've already planned out our wedding and everything. You'll come around eventually. I do like the little heart that's next to like the romance options. I think that is very convenient. Damn, I've already planned out our wedding and everything. What? Our 3 kids, Alexis, Jasmine, and Michael. A white picket fence and a dog named Bobo. What do they pull those names for? And you just throw it all away? Throw it all away? Doesn't exist. You're delusional. So that's a no to my proposal? No. So it's a yes? No, I mean it's... God, you're so frustrating. I love you too. Don't say stuff like that. Seriously, Bobo? What kind of name is that? What do you suggest then? Toaster. Toaster? It's a good name for a dog. It's not better than Bobo. I disagree. At Florian's more serious tone, you couldn't help but grin. Fine. Toaster it will be. Hey, that's not... I feel like I've just got scammed into a marriage. You have. This is all legally binding. God, please tell me you're joking. I am, but I do like you, Florian. As much as you try to be unlikable. I'm not saying we need to be best friends, but I do hope that we can get along. Yeah, fine. I wouldn't mind being friends with you, and you're not terrible to work with. We're getting somewhere now. Hey, what's your sister like? I can imagine she's I can imagine you as a super doting older brother now that I think about it. I mean, yeah, I guess I was. She's super bossy and a pain in the ass, but... Well, she's my sister. How old is she? 10? Probably 11 now, actually. Do you have any photos? You scooted a little closer to Florian on the couch. Yeah, I think so. Florian reached into his pocket and took out his phone, flipping through his photo album. You couldn't help but lean in to see what was on his screen. You could see pictures of a little girl, a woman who must be his mother, and Florian himself, though a few years younger. It was hard not to notice how much brighter Florian looked. He lacked his signature eye bags and had a wide smile on his face. It was the kind of smile you'd never seen from him. That's her. You two look similar. You could be twins. Sure, if I wasn't 13 years older than her. Mum had me young. She's adorable, Florian. Your mum looks really nice too. In response, you pulled out your own phone, scrolling through until you found a picture of you standing next to your mum, back when you moved into your first apartment, which was also the apartment you just moved out of. This is my mum, a few years ago. Wow, your genes run strong, huh? Yep. My aunt and her look pretty similar, don't you think? This was back when I moved out of home. I lived in this city apartment right above the middle of the city. Sounds noisy. Yeah, I didn't sleep a lot. You let out a soft laugh before locking your phone and placing it back down on the table. That apartment was so weird. Did you know that the elevator fell like a dozen times? There was an earthquake localized to just the building, and a crane rammed through the first floor all in a single year. Seriously? Yeah, but not a single person got hurt. I swear to God, someone in that building had upset the Grim Reaper or something. Sunshine? I do think it's interesting that this world is connected to the Date with Death world. Aside from the little, the little Easter eggs with like the owl and the owl plate and the Azrael figure. But that building is the apartment building that the main character, the player character, Sunshine from Date with Death, lives in. And just some of those were the many attempts on Sunshine's life from Casper. Maybe a curse or something. Someone was. With everything else going on, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. You've got a nice smile, you know. Florian blinked. His cheeks slowly turned red. What? I said you have a pretty nice smile, that's all. I don't really mean anything by it. It's just nice to see. You come out with the most random things. You're meant to just think that kind of shit, not say it. Why not? Why not say it? Tell your friends they've got pretty smiles. He leaned back, smacking his head gently a few times on the back of the sofa. Ugh. My headache is killing me. Well, no wonder. Brutalizing yourself. Got painkillers in the bathroom cabinet if you want. I don't. They don't really help, but fuck it, I'll try. You hopped off the couch and headed to the bathroom. Your aunt had left an assortment of pills and medicines in the cupboard, but you didn't have a clue what most of them were for. You skipped up the painkillers, then popped back out. Florian was still in the same spot, but his eyes were shut tight, and his chest gently rose and fell with each breath. Don't tell me another imbecile is moving into my quarters. Shh, be quiet, he's sleeping. And these aren't your quarters. I'm just letting you stay here with me because I'm nice. Shh, Barnabas, they say. You're interrupting the poor, tired man's beauty sleep, they cry. Well, fine. Just be silent then, if that's what you desire. I bet he knows already what he is. Carefully, you dropped a knitted blanket over Florian's legs, then settled in next to him, watching his sleeping face. He looked peaceful, much more peaceful than when he was awake. God, you really were exhausted. You ought to take better care of yourself, you know. Well, you'll probably hate me for it, but I'll let you rest a bit, okay? Maybe I'll close my eyes for a bit too. Just a little bit. That'd be okay, right? Have you closed the store? Night, Florian. With a yawn, you drifted off to sleep as well. You woke up to the sound of someone shifting beside you, amongst the otherwise gentle hum of night. Lazily, you opened your eyes, expecting to see Florian on his feet, embarrassed about sleeping beside you, but instead you noticed a shadowed figure hovering above you, leaning towards you? Hello, sir. You blinked, trying to wake up your sluggish mind, and finally you realized it was Florian. He was close to you, and his eyes were half-lidded, his expression distant and unfocused. One hand was down beside you, the other braced against the couch, to the side of your head. A sudden chill ran through your body, despite the warmth still lingering in the air. Florian? No response came from Florian. He remained completely still, staring at you. No, not you, but your neck? TVs! TVs! His head dipped lower. The faintest brush of his nose against your skin sent a jolt through your nerves, and suddenly, the sluggish fog in your mind cleared as his mouth was inches from your neck, his breath hot against your skin. Your eyes went to his face, and then you noticed something, a flash of something pointed and sharp between his parted lips. Fangs. You've never noticed those before? They've been out the whole time. Your body tensed, your heart hammered in your chest, and his breath hitched like he could hear it. Florian. No response. It was almost as if he wasn't truly himself. His posture was wrong, like he was acting on instinct alone. And in the dark, with a glint of moonlight reflecting off his eyes, his gaze looked almost empty. You felt the faintest graze of his teeth against your skin, a breath's distance from sinking in now. A shiver ran down your spine, but you managed to keep a lid on the panic threatening to break through. Call his name, louder this time. Push him away. Reach up and touch his face. You lifted a hand and reached out, cupping Florian's cheek. The movement caused his eyes to open wider, and his lips paused. Slowly, and ever so gently, you brushed your thumb across his cheek, expecting warmth radiating from his skin, but instead finding him as cold as a corpse. Your hands shook slightly, and your breath was ragged and shallow. Florian, are you there? At the sound of his name, he blinked a few times, then looked down. When he saw where he was, he recoiled as if burned, falling off the sofa and landing heavily on the floor. His breathing was erratic, and his hands were shaking, but he couldn't bring himself to look up. Shit. I didn't mean to. Florian, it's okay, calm down. You pushed yourself off the couch and crouched. You pushed yourself off the couch and crouched next to Florian. Don't come near me. Ooh, that's a face. Florian, seriously, it's fine. It's all okay. Just take a breath. You tried to put a hand on his shoulder, but he backed up, his face twisted in a pained grimace. Just don't come near me. Fuck, I can't believe. I'm a fucking idiot. I shouldn't be here. Around people. Fuck. You didn't hurt me. But I wanted to. I wanted to so badly. But you didn't. You inched forward until you were next to Florian again. He turned his face away from you, but didn't protest. His breath was coming fast and ragged, like he couldn't quite catch it. You're a... Don't say it. I'm not a vampire. You could see Florian's... He just told you not to say it, but you're going to say it anyway. You could see Florian's body trembling, even in... Oops. Even in the dark. I have to go. Is that what all this sickness has been about? You're hungry? Can't do this. Not again. I can't do this to anyone. Again? As quickly as he could manage, Florian pushed himself up and ran for the door. Florian! He was fast. Faster than he should have been, especially given how weak and shaky he looked. In moments, you heard the door downstairs slam shut. You jumped to your feet and rushed downstairs, knowing full well that Florian was long gone, but you wanted to try anyway. Damn it. Are you looking for Florian? Oh, Winnie. You turned to see her sitting on the counter, transparent legs hanging over the edge. Yeah, I was hoping he'd still be here, I guess. He ran off pretty quick. He looked upset about something. It's complicated, but I think I might have hurt his feelings. You don't happen to know where he lives or his number, do you? No, Florian doesn't really share that kind of stuff. Right. I'll have to talk to him. You think he's coming back? Moonlit Fangs. Ooh, that's a cool name. Let's see. Is this still working? Maybe, who knows? Yeah, nice, okay. Your eyes went to the clock. It was only 7:30 p.m. You hadn't slept much more than an hour or two. Felt like much longer. Your stomach growled, and you remember that you hadn't eaten dinner yet, and that you were pretty much out of food. I'll have to head out and find a grocery store. So do you think anything in this town's going to be open at 7:30 at night? So I guess I'll keep an eye out for Florian. Not that I'll likely find him in a grocery store if he's really a vampire. You turned towards the door before stopping in your tracks. Is everything alright? Winnie's legs stopped kicking back and forth and she stared towards the ground, biting her lip. She fiddled with her sleeves and kept her eyes away from yours. You asked me about going out for dinner with you, right? Yeah, that's right. I'd love you to come. And I forgot to ask Florian. Well, I want to go. That's great. But I'm really scared. Scared? I haven't ever tried to leave the building. Wait, not even once? No, I'm scared that if I try, I'll just disappear. Winnie's shoulders drooped, and she sighed. It's dumb. I know it is, but I've been here for as long as I can remember, and I don't know if I still exist outside this building. What if the only reason I've lasted this long is because I've stayed here? What if I'm really dead and if I leave, I'll pass on? Winnie's eyes went down to her feet, and she swung them back and forth slowly. Hey, it's alright, Winnie, seriously, it's okay. It sounds scary. If you would rather stay here, we can do something else, just the two of us. But I want to go. I want to spend time with everyone and laugh and have fun. I don't care if I can't eat or anything, but I don't want to be alone anymore. But I'm too scared. I'm always too scared. You approached the counter and reached out, placing a hand over hers. It didn't feel like anything. You couldn't truly touch her, but the thought was there. If you want to do it, then do it. Be brave. I'll be there right beside you. You won't have to do it alone. Wouldn't you feel bad if she did disappear because of your encouragement? Winnie hesitated for a moment, then pulled her hand back and floated down from the counter. Okay, you're right. I want to go. Thanks, Sage. You're the best. Did you want to try coming with me now? No. I mean, thanks, but I need to build myself up for tomorrow. Alright, then it's a date. If you change your mind, just tell me, okay? Okay. At that, you double-checked you had your key before heading out into the growing night. The air was crisp and cold as you stepped out of the front door, and the wind rustled the trees that lined the streets. There didn't seem to be anyone else wandering about. But then, you supposed most people didn't sit down for dinner, would be sitting down for dinner or tucked into bed for an early night's rest by now. Bundling your clothes closer to your body, you started on your way to the main square. The town square was more lively than the store, but not by much. It seemed as if a good portion of the shops were closed or closing for the night, and only a few people wandered the streets. It was a far cry from the bustling crowds and bright lights of the city. The streets were clean and quiet, and the houses were well maintained, without any sign of graffiti or broken windows. You could get used to this kind of life. You eyed various stores around the area, a bookshop, a coffee shop, a hardware store, a pharmacy. Then you saw it, nestled at the corner of the street, a small grocery store. The same one Lucille had pointed out to you when you'd gone out for dinner together just the other night. The light was on and a small open sign hung in the window. You walked towards it, keeping an eye out for Florian, but to no success. Sade has done such an incredible job on these backgrounds. They're all so detailed. Like, look how amazing this is. There is just so much stuff. The inside was what you would expect of a grocery store, though much smaller in scale than the big stores back home. The aisles were narrow and the shelves were cramped, but it seemed like they had pretty much everything you'd need. The lone cashier nodded to you as you passed. No self-checkout here, which didn't surprise you. I hate self-checkouts. I will avoid using them at any possible opportunity. the boomer in me says, support jobs. Don't let giant companies make you do the work yourself. They are good for people who don't actually just, you know, who can't tolerate interaction that well. You won't take over today, computer overlords. Yeah. For legal reasons in the future AI uprising, I love you, computers. Oh, speaking of computers, my computer has been absolutely just dying. It blue screened twice the other day. I've been trying to get like these VODs up onto YouTube, but just opening a video editing software at the moment is enough to just make my computer just seize. And it is really frustrating. It is doing all kinds of wild things. And then doing nothing at all. And it's really, really frustrating me. Because I cannot afford to replace my computer. It's only 4 years old. I mean, it has been put through a lot, but, like, it's only 4 years old. It shouldn't be this busted, although it is very, very hot. And there's no reason why it should be this hot. It's got liquid cooling and, like, 6 fans. It's bullshit. I'm hoping that maybe by getting into the new desk area, putting it in a different place will make it better on its circulation or something like that. And maybe it won't be dying as much, but I don't have any hope for it. I kind of want to put it into a new case though, because I hate the case that it's in. The case is awful. I'm not very good at cable management though, so I don't actually like doing them myself. But then I'd have to hire someone and... You grabbed a basket of milk and began picking out some basics. You grabbed a basket of milk. You grabbed a basket and began picking out some basics. Milk, eggs, butter, that sort of thing. Oh. Hello. Twice in one day. I think that's what they call fate. You turned, hearing a now familiar voice behind you, to see Eden leaning against his shopping cart, red-haired, tousled. Oh, I like him. Aww. Unless, of course, you just couldn't stay away and decided to search me out. In which case, I'm even happier. Eden grinned, and it was a little infectious. Actually, the allure of a full stomach pulled me here. Fate it is, then. So what are you making for dinner? Tossing up between a sandwich or a cup of noodles. Oh, you shouldn't break out the fine china just for me. He said you're invited. But I always like to impress on the first date. Sorry, this is a meal for one. Who said you were invited? And who said you were invited? Awfully presumptuous of you, don't you think? If I'm good at anything, it's making myself welcome. He winked towards you. The grin still plastered on his face. It was hard not to smile back, honestly. I suppose I'll have to survive. All on my own tonight. Such a cruel world. You glanced down to his shopping cart, but you were surprised to not see any food. You instead noticed an assortment of cleaning products, gloves, string, and duct tape? Okay, we've got a serial killer cart. That's nice. Suddenly, my dinner looks like a 5-star restaurant compared to yours. Not hungry for duct tape? Maybe as a little treat after dinner. You both laughed, and it was like a weight lifted from your chest. The events of earlier that night melted away, if only for this moment. I do a lot of DIY stuff, so I'm stocking up. Really? That doesn't look like woodworking supplies to me. You do look like someone who knows a lot about woodworking. Oh, plenty. I made a chair out of popsicle sticks once. I've worked with wood once or twice in my life, yeah. I shared out of popsicles once. Well, I'm sold. I'll hang up my saw and move out of town tomorrow. Alright, but if you ever come back, you'll see houses made out of popsicle sticks. Fair warning. Eden smirked and pushed his cart to the side, letting another customer through. Care to join me? Or would you rather stay here in the condiment aisle forever? I can think of worse aisles to be stuck in, but I think I'll join you. The two of you started to walk through the aisles, and Eden took your basket and placed it in his cart. Wouldn't want your arms getting tired. So, mysterious shopkeep, I'm incredibly curious about you. Oh, really? You're the talk of the town, after all. Things must be really slow here if I'm the talk of the town. You know how small towns are. They'll find anything to gossip about. He picked up a bottle of olive oil and dropped it into the cart. And yet, despite being the most interesting thing that's happened here in months, no one knows much about you. Most people assumed Sylvie didn't have any relatives. He glanced over at you. As far as I'm aware, she's never left Willowmist either. What could pull her away so suddenly and drop you in her place? If you say please, I might be honest with you. Pretty please? I have no clue. Really, I'm not trying to be evasive, but honestly, I don't know. I have no clue why she decided to leave. She wrote me a letter and asked me to come, and here I am. She'd already left when I arrived. So a mystery then. Even more interesting. But that doesn't say much about you. Want to tell me a bit about yourself? Depends what you want to know. If it's the numbers of my credit card, probably not. Where you grew up, for example. What are your parents like? What's your favorite color? Eden grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Take your pick, whatever you're willing to share. Lie through your teeth. That's such an interesting phrase. Lie through your teeth. Answer him honestly. Alright, what does this give us? We get a dice roll. Come on. Nice. I grew up overseas, actually. This is my first time in a town like this. My mum was a nurse and my dad was a traveling businessman. He'd come home for a few days every few weeks. It was awfully lonely, but we got by. You lied through your teeth, as if your life depended on it, but he didn't seem to notice. Or if he did, he didn't say anything. Overseas? Really? I wouldn't have guessed that with your accent. Whereabouts? Oh, everywhere. Europe, Asia, all over the place. We moved a lot. Traveling businessman stuff, you know how it is. Eden tilted his head to the side. Well, I'm a little jealous. I've never been overseas. Really? You should give it a chance. There's lots to see out there. What, and leave you behind? I couldn't bear to make you feel even more lonely. True. How could I go on without the man I met 12 hours ago? What can I say? Love works in mysterious ways. All right, Mr. Mysterious, what about you? What about me, what? Oh, acting all coy now, are we? Don't want to make it too easy. Make what too easy? Captivating your heart, of course. I want it to be a challenge. It wouldn't be nearly as fun if I gave everything away at the first chance, would it? That would defeat the point entirely. A mystery is only as appealing as the answers it hides. If the answers are revealed, then the mystery loses its appeal. Do you understand what I mean, mysterious shopkeeper? I think the opposite is true too. I might lose interest if the game drags on for too long. Then I'd best share enough to keep you guessing, How about this? I've recently discovered that my favorite color is orange. And I bet when you met someone with blue eyes, your favorite color is blue. Do I really seem that shallow? I think Lucille doesn't like people for a reason. Doesn't dislike people for a reason. Eden glanced around as if to check no one was watching. Don't tell me you brought your guard dog with you grocery shopping. Maybe I did. Maybe she'll jump out when you least expect it. Promise to be on my very best behavior then. Eden added a few more things to his carts. Mostly small things, and nothing that could be considered a meal alone. A single potato, flour, but no other baking ingredients, a box of gelatin. Amidst the chatting, you found food for dinner too. A sandwich of some kind. Sandwiches would have to do for now. Proper meals could start tomorrow. You found fresh bread in the bakery area of the store and some lettuce, tomato and cheese. The two of you continued circling the store until you'd found everything you came for. Dinner for the night, some fresh fruit, and a few essentials like soap and toothpaste. It wasn't much, but it would do. Eden, however, kept your basket hostage in his cart as he continued onwards, in no sort of a rush. So, have you always been a carpenter? Oh no, I tried my hand at a lot of things, actually. Jack of all trades, master of none, that kind of thing. Most recently, I was a bartender, but it wasn't for me. And before that, a cook, a painter, a photographer, a waiter, too. Is all that actually true? At least half of it, probably. Maybe. Really though, I didn't come out into the world expecting to be a carpenter. It sort of just happened. It was a niche that needed filling in Willowmist. The last carpenter disappeared under mysterious circumstances that had nothing to do with me. Why do I doubt everything you say to me? Maybe you're a good judge of character. He added a couple more things to the cart, and then began pushing it down another aisle. One you'd already been down twice already. What made you pick carpentry though? That's a pretty specific skill. Like I said, I'm pretty good with my hands. You looked down at his hands, but he was still wearing the same gloves from that morning. There's something satisfying about making something real with your own hands. You start with just an idea, a few scraps of wood, and then suddenly, there it is, something solid. Something that exists because you willed it to. I think that's what I like about it. You take something raw, shape it into what it's supposed to be. Simple, straightforward. A piece of wood doesn't argue with you about what it should be. That's oddly deep coming from you. What can I say? I'm an oddly deep man. I'm sure you'll get to know that about me soon enough. He added a few more items to the cart before continuing. Oh, he's just picking up random items. Chaos is this cart. You followed, more amused than anything else. I'm starting to wonder if you're leading me in circles, Eden. Can't blame a man for wanting good company. So it was on purpose. Of course, I wouldn't miss a chance to spend more time with you. But I suppose the game is up, shall we? He motioned towards the counter, where the the cashier was still idling away. Grabbing your basket out of his cart, you checked out first, then headed outside. It had gotten much cooler again while you'd been inside. The breeze rustled the leaves out overhead, and a few stray leaves spiraled down from the branches and landed in your hair. You reached up and shook them loose. Eden followed close behind, carrying several bags. Thanks for waiting. What, did you think I'd ditch you and run off? Maybe. Don't think I've got a good read on you yet, Sage. You're interesting. I was considering it, but then I imagined you standing all alone in the cold with big, sad puppy dog eyes. Couldn't do it. Big, sad puppy dog eyes, huh? So that's the kind of man I am in your mind. You don't mind playing that part? Well, I was gonna say lost child at the supermarket, but I thought you might take offense. He flashed you a playful grin before glancing across the road. The street lamps cast a soft glow over the little park nearby. The swings swayed gently in the breeze, creaking faintly under their own weight. Now, since you were kind enough not to abandon me, allow me to return the favour. Oh, and what favour is that? You're not going to grab my shopping and keep me hostage again, are you? He nodded towards the empty swings, then tilted his head at you expectantly. I happen to know the swings over there have the best view of the stars in town. Trust me. His grin widened. He is so fucking pretty. Or not, if you don't want to. Sure, why not? I'd like to spend some more time together. Alone in the park watching the stars. How romantic. I'd like to spend some more time together, so why not? Oh, so my charm hasn't gone unnoticed. When it's that heavy-handed, I don't think anyone could miss it. Ugh, it's getting warm. Here we go. Eden somehow with a full... Hey! Ugh. Things are too warm. I've just had to turn my air conditioner on. Otherwise, things are much of the same. It's my grandfather's birthday today. He is 90. But technically he's only 22. Because he is a leap year baby. Only one I've ever met. Other than that, it's been a lot of work and oh wow, 96. I'm in riding hell on the in-between, and I'm also neck deep in sorting out everything for my relocation. I got overtime. Yeah, there's within the same house, but I'm moving from upstairs to downstairs. So there's a room downstairs in the house that's we're like split level, so we're built into a hill. So I'm in the process of emptying out that room, and yeah, so the room downstairs was like, I mean, it's been used as storage, but he had like just his TV in it, and It's, if he does come home, he won't be able to use the stairs. So we've decided that I'm going to take advantage of that room and move down there, and then we'll convert my current room into, like, you know, TV room kind of thing. Or a computer room for Mum. Yes. Yeah. It's way cooler. Like, it's usually about 10 degrees cooler downstairs than it is up here. Like, it's just hit 30 in my room, and I've just finally had to turn the air conditioner on. And it's only 10 in the morning, and it's already hit 30 there. At my computer, like, I have a thermometer that I kind of have, like, under my desk that's next to my computer. It's 42 degrees, like, just like in the immediate area around my computer. Which is like 103 for my Fahrenheit users. Yeah, I can't. I just, I'm the worst Australian ever, because I hate the heat and I hate the outdoors. So, like, I'm not a beach goer, and I can't, like, it gets to, like, kind of mid. Cool, you're not wrong there. Oh, Alvarez, Jesus. It's a name I haven't heard in a very long time, for good reason. I used to be able to play his songs on guitar. That's... People should just not. I really like the rain. I mean, it can be miserable to, you know, exist in, but actually we've had a lot of rain lately. It's been raining at night, and then because it's been raining, it has been humid as fuck during the days. So, like, it's the 1st of March here, so we are officially in autumn, although autumn is fake and it doesn't actually exist. Autumn and spring are fake, and it's just like summer 2.0 and winter 2.0. Which is unfortunate, because autumn would be my favorite season. But we don't really get it here. Other states and regions do, but not us. Eden, somehow with an armful of bags of groceries, linked his free arm with yours and led the way over to the swings. See, I've never seen snow. Mostly our winters get to, like, you know, low single digits. Like, it's typically between, like, kind of 8 and 4. Like, so, like, they're pretty mild as far as everybody else's goes, but it's freezing to us because we're used to, like, you know, 40 degree summers So getting into like the low, into the single digits is quite a drastic change for us. But Australians do like to complain. So we'll complain that it's too hot, complain that it's too cold. I find it interesting how, like temperature-wise, yeah, I've never really had much experience with minus weather. I've only really, like, I say I've never seen snow before because I've never experienced, like, actual proper, like, white winter kind of thing. The most I've ever seen is like a random stretch of road in the gullies in winter in middle of deep middle of New South Wales, like around coming back on our drive back from Melbourne. I think it was around Goulburn. It's very cold there, and it was in like minus degrees, and we did get a bit of snow through Sutton Forest, but it was like slightly white dusting across the canola fields. And it didn't really even, like, it was still just, low single digits, didn't even reach the minuses through that bit. But I would really, really like to see like proper snow one day. It would be a nightmare. Like, America's been through it at the moment. There's been another blizzard go through. Some of my East Coast friends are just completely trapped, and that's very scary. I can't imagine having to like actually shovel out your driveway. That's a completely different experience. The things that would be happening to their cars. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't like heat, but I don't know that I'd be able to deal with snow like that anyway. They were, as he said, not too far away and completely deserted. A few small lamps cast the area in a pale yellow glow, and a couple of benches were positioned beneath the trees, their surface covered in leaves. You could see the moon above the treetops. There was something cozy about the place. Secluded and perfect and peaceful, but not lonely. Just a small hidden space in the middle of the town. A perfect spot for a midnight rendezvous. Or just a place to chat, which was what you were actually doing. Eden set his groceries down on a bench, then walked over to the swings, taking one of the two. You took the other, and he gently swung back and forth. We're gonna get a swing. Hey, oh, he's so pretty. He's so pretty. I think so far he's the only one that no one has any idea what he is. I'm not sure what I'm going to replace this with. We've still got Dragon Age, which I'm working through next weekend. I think I'll probably do Ozma. Get that out of the way and then do Sacred Ashes. Because I'm not high enough level for anything in Denerim. I would really like to play Dispatch, actually. That would be a good option, I think. I don't own Dispatch, but I do have access to... I joined my friend's Steam family So I have access to everything that they have, which is nice because they have so much that I want and don't have. A lot of the stuff that I have on my throne to play on the channel, they actually have. So I can weasel it that way. But yeah, Dispatch is definitely on my list. I have my Twitter at the moment, for some reason, has a lot of flambe on it, and I have no real like context for who he is as a character, but I really like him. So what do you think of Willowmist so far? I like his earrings a lot. What I've seen has been beautiful. Kind people, great food, and the night is clear and cool. It's a lot quieter than back home. I could get used to this. Staying here for 3 months. It's a decently not long time, but also no time at all. I mean, we're already in the 3rd month of the year. Like, this is insane. Yeah, 3 months and then it's back home again. You sound a little disappointed about that. I don't know if I am or not, really. Things have just been a whirlwind ever since I arrived, and now it's already been a whole week. I'll blink and then it'll be time to leave. Eden chuckled and held a little tighter to the swing's chain, still looking up at the stars. Then why leave? Well, my mom is still back home. Mom. Where are your yous, Gabrielle? It's offensive. Truly offensive. Un-Australian 2.5 Studios. There are like a couple of other Australian studios. I refuse to change most things about my writing from how I would usually write it. So, like, the kind of very typical kind of Australian vernacular is that very mishmashed kind of, some things are spelt the British way, some things are spelt the American way. And they just kind of, you know, they're all kind of interchangeable. But I will never remove my U's. Sometimes you'll find, like, comments about how things are spelt wrong, and it's just, no, that's just the way that's just the British spelling of it kind of thing. Sometimes there'll be commentary on, this word doesn't, you're not using this word right. And it's like, no, I am. It's Australian. 2.5 has gone the kind of tailor the script to like American spelling. I'm very stubborn, but I change some things. Like I changed out solicitor to lawyer, that kind of thing. So some things I will write it to like more of like an American understanding of it. And then you've got like one of my other studio friends of Whitpop who make like such distinctly and delightful just Australian things. Like they're based in Australia, they're about Australia, they're like the way it's written is just deeply confusing for anyone who's not Australian, and I absolutely love that about Whitpop games, because it's so unique. It was the first time in a game that I ever really played, and I was like, wow, this character is exactly like me. So Whip Pop games are really fun if you'd like a little taste of Australia. I need to play more indie games. There is so much around. It's hard to know what to do next. Big fan of supporting other indies, though. Even 3 months without seeing her is a long time. Don't you ever miss your parents all the way out here? I'm sure I would if I knew them. Oh, I'm so... Sage! Putting a foot in it once again! Don't be. Really, family is a little meaningless to me. So, not raised by grandparents either? I had a more communal living experience, but forget that. I'm far more interested in you. Why not bring your mum here too? Well, she and my aunt don't have the best relationship. Not that I know why. I wish I could have gotten her here. She'd have loved it. You let out a small sigh and pushed the swing a little harder, trying to get a little more height. A shame. Knowing you and Sylvie, I bet she's incredible. You want to hit on my mum now too? I swear. Everyone in this town is after my family. Why would I do that when you're right here? I can just tell you already like it here. Would have been nice if she could see it through your eyes, don't you think? Yeah. Maybe then I'd have some idea why she and my aunt don't get along. I always thought family feuds were supposed to be dramatic, but I don't even know what started it. You've never asked her? I have, a bunch of times, but every time she changes the subject or tells me to drop it. So eventually I did. Maybe you should ask your aunt. Maybe she might not have the same hang-ups. I'd love to if I knew how to contact her. No address or anything? I literally have no clue where she went. Ever the mysterious woman. Anyway, 3 months is a long time to be away from home. No friends you're leaving behind? A job? A lover, maybe? Nope, no lover. Why, are you offering? I had a job, but it wasn't anything special. I do have friends back home, but... Oh, I know that's a romance. That first one's a romance option, but I can't not. Can't not? Not that it'll really matter for the demo anyway. I could pick all the romance options if I wanted to. I'm targeting it towards Florian, but I can't not pick that one. Nope, no lover. Why? You offering? Eden laughed at that, a gentle yet hearty sound. Maybe I am. Keep me in mind, will you? How does such a lovely person not have anyone waiting for them back home, I wonder? Maybe I just haven't found the right person yet. Hadn't, you mean? We met this morning, after all. Wow, and you're already making assumptions about us. Someone's getting ahead of themselves. Someone has to. I'm not going to sit around and let someone else make the first move. Eden grinned. Besides, I don't think I've been imagining your interest in me, have I? Who can say? Maybe I'm just a friendly person. Maybe. But there's a difference between... I don't think I have actually picked any of the flirtation options before then. So he is, in fact, getting ahead of himself. There's a difference between friendliness and flirtation. And I suppose you think you can tell the difference, do you? I like to think I'm not too bad at it, yes. Well, you're confident, I'll give you that. I do like confidence in a man. Confident I shall be then. Eden leaned in slightly, his elbows resting on his knees, his eyes glinting with mischief. And what else do you like, since we're on the topic? I don't know. Honesty? A good sense of humor? Lucky me then. I happen to be hilarious. Debatable, I think. Oh? And here I thought I was making quite the impression. You are. Just not necessarily the one you think. Eden placed a hand over his chest, feigning deep offense. Wounded. Truly I am. But if I'm to be known for anything, I'll take bold and devastatingly handsome over funny, I suppose. You rolled your eyes, but before you could quip back, his tone shifted, just enough to make you pause. I've always admired boldness, you know. Some people spend their whole lives waiting, hesitating, but I'd rather move forward, even if I don't always know where the path leads. That's an interesting way of looking at things, isn't it? If you're standing still, you're letting the whole world decide for you. He rocked back slightly, his gaze drifting towards the night sky, but his voice remained light, playful. And if I'd stood still, I wouldn't have met you, would I? Wow, is this how you get all your dates? Would it work if it was? You tell me. I think it might. For a brief moment, he fell quiet, swinging just a little, letting the cool night air settle between you. Then, with a slow inhale, he spoke again, softer this time, like a thought slipping out before he could catch it. I've never been the kind of person who was meant to stay in one place. I was made to move forward, to keep going, to see things through. His fingers curled loosely around the chains of the swing, and his gaze flickered towards the treetops, as if searching for something beyond him. I suppose people like me can't stop. If I sit still, the world will just keep moving without me after all. And what happens when you get where you're going? I suppose I'll let you know when I get there. Eden smiled and reached out his hand. Before you could react, he'd plucked a single leaf off from your head and held it up. He twirled the leaf between his fingertips, watching it for a moment before tucking it behind your ear with a soft, deliberate touch. There. Perfect. You think so? I'm not sure a leaf is the best accessory. You make it work just fine. He leaned back slightly, resting his arms against the swing chain as he regarded you. A slow, knowing smile on his lips. It's strange, isn't it? Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong, and others, they just fit somewhere, like they've been here all along. Are you talking about me or you? You. You're like a missing piece finally clicking into place. The quiet between you stretched on for a moment, before Eden laughed and pushed himself off the swing. But enough about that. You should get some sleep before I convince you to stay out all night. You say that like it's a bad thing. I'd hate to be responsible for you sleepwalking through your store tomorrow. And I wouldn't want you to miss our date. It's not a date if everyone's going. I'll just have to work extra hard to make sure you only look at me. He scooped up his grocery bags with an easy motion, shifting them over his shoulder. Shooting you a playful glance, he took a few slow steps backwards, his silhouette cutting sharp against the lamplight. Have you ever lit a lamp in winter? Don't miss me too much, all right? I think I'll survive Eden. Good night. Night, Sage. He's just so pretty. He has this like kind of like idol look about him. He looks like a K-pop boy band member. I think I actually have an outfit reference for my idol game that's very similar to his outfit. Eden grinned, turning on his heel and sauntering off into the night, leaving only the faint echo of his footsteps on the quiet street. You exhaled, leaning back on the swing, watching the sky stretch vast and endless above you. The town was still, and the only movement the occasional rustling of the trees in the night breeze. Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong. With a shake of your head, you pushed yourself up from the swing, then collected your groceries from the bench. Cracks in the finish. You began to trace back the path home that was quickly becoming as familiar to you as the back of your hand. It wasn't long before you were back in the town square, though it was now completely deserted. Where is Lucille? I'm surprised that she hasn't shown up again. She's like hiding in the bushes somewhere, guarding. The streets were empty, save for a cat darting into an alley, and the only sound was the creak of a distant wind chime as it swayed softly. It's kind of a nice feeling, walking at night. I never realized that. You glance upward towards the sky. The moon shone bright and clear, illuminating the night and the surrounding houses. There wasn't a cloud in sight. A beautiful night all for yourself. Or almost for yourself. A flash of something caught your eye. The form of a tall, lanky figure sitting on a rooftop overlooking the square. He watched for a moment. Little more than a shadow before disappearing out of sight. All right. Batman? Batman? You quickened your steps back to the store. You'd hoped to see Florian when you arrived back at the store, but he was still nowhere in sight. I wish I had his number or something. Approaching the counter, you searched for any kind of employee information your aunt had left, but found nothing. No trace of where Florian nor Lucille lived, or a way to contact them. However, sitting on top of the counter, you found a sealed letter with Sage written on it. Setting down your groceries for the moment, you settled down on a stool, then quickly opened the wax seal to see your aunt's graceful handwriting. Suspicious. What's that doing there all of a sudden? To my dearest Sprout, I hope this letter finds you well and that Willowmist is starting to feel a little less like a place you've arrived at, a little more like a place you could belong. I've no doubt you've been charming the town left and right, whether you've meant to or not. By now, you might have noticed that things here aren't always as they seem. Strange little happenings, peculiar folks with peculiar habits. You're sharp, my dear, you always have been. I won't insult you by pretending you haven't begun to put some pieces together. I wish I could have been the one to tell you everything myself, but, well, your mother never would have approved. She wanted you far away from all of this, and though she had her reasons, I always thought you should be able to decide for yourself. The store, our store, isn't just about antiques. It's about people. It's about community. It's about giving a little help to those who need it, just enough to let them find their own way forward. Some of them have come a long way to get here. Some of them have nowhere else to go. But they all need something. And if you listen closely, you'll know exactly how to help them. I hope by now you've stumbled across that grumpy old book. Or rather, I hope he's found you. He's a stubborn thing. Don't take it personally if he's been less than welcoming. He was built to be particular about his company, after all. But if you listen, really listen, he has more wisdom tucked away in those pages than most people do in a lifetime. I know I left a lot on your shoulders, and I know it isn't fair. But I also know you can do this, my little Sprout. If anyone can, it's you. I have full belief in you. Take care of the store. Take care of its people. Take care of yourself. And please tell me you haven't tried to sell the bird vase. I told you it's cursed. With all my love, Aunt Sylvie. P.S. Tell Quinn I'm doing well, and that I think of him often. He always did know how to make me laugh. I do hope the two of you have become acquainted. With a smile, you refolded the letter and tucked it away. All right, Aunt Sylvie. I'll do my best. You're still not telling me where you went, huh? Retrieving your groceries, you headed back upstairs to unpack. Your room was much like you left it. The window was still open, your bed was still unmade, and the cushion from the couch was still discarded on the floor from your wake-up call with Florian. A small amount of guilt settled into your stomach. Ooh. Excuse me. I don't know if the microphone picked that up, but it did. Oopsie. And made a late dinner. It wasn't much, but it was food. If it isn't my illustrious master, returned from whatever nocturnal nonsense has stolen her attention this time. Barnabas fluttered into view with a dramatic puff of air, as though he'd been holding his breath in indignation. I do hope your day's endeavors have been worth abandoning your faithful servant for hours on end. Imagine whatever inane nonsense kept you away was terribly important. Perhaps a riveting chat with one of your incredibly mundane customers. What? You saying you actually wanted my company? Thought you wanted to be alone. Of course, master, I live to be ignored, neglected, and left stewing in stagnation while you frolic about with fanged employees and amateur spell work. It brings me immeasurable joy to gather dust along with your... alone in your tiny, cramped abode. Something tells me you're being sarcastic right now. You don't say. What a master of deduction. How will I ever escape the clutches of your incredible intellect? I did say if you wanted to come with me. I did ask if you wanted to come with me, you know. Which I did not. So what is it you want exactly, then? Not to be alone, but also not to spend any time with me. Precisely. Your wisdom knows no bounds, Master. Though, to be candid for a moment, I much prefer your company over the lurking menace you insist on calling an employee. Honestly, a vampire, Master? Did you know already? I could hardly call myself a grimoire if I did not know the scent of a vampire. I didn't think being a book had anything to do with smelling people, but alright. Ah, right. I forgot your brain lags behind sometimes, Master. Let me spell it out to you quite simply. Magic is in the air, the threads of reality, and the auras people leave behind, and vampires, they reek of old blood, undeath, and regret. They are more than simple to pick out. But by all means, continue trusting him. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong when employing an emotionally fraught bloodsucker with impulse control issues and a sad backstory. He's not really employed by me. He's employed by my aunt, and either way, Aunt Sylvie trusts him. And this store is a place for people who have nowhere else to belong. I wouldn't ever just throw him out. Barnabas let out a long, drawn-out sigh, as though his entire world had grown tiresome. Oh, very well then. Continue ignoring my sage advice and do as you please. After all, it's your funeral, not mine. He turned his attention towards your half-eaten dinner and snorted derisively. A meal fit for a king, I see. Truly inspired use of your time and resources, Master. You know, you're pretty judgy for a stack of papers. That's probably why you don't have any real friends. You continued eating, waiting for Barnabas' almost guaranteed response. A stack of... The gall of you, the gall! I do not need nor desire friends. I live to serve, not frolic around and have fun like some. Oh yeah? Then why do you get so huffy every time I leave you alone? Barnabas fluttered indignantly, his pages puffing outwards in an offended ripple. Because, Master, leaving me unattended in this drafty little hovel is a waste of rare and precious genius. Not because I'm lonely, heaven forbid. I simply find it offensive to be shelved when I am a once-in-a-millennium arcane artifact. Totally not lonely. I am above loneliness. Loneliness is for sentimental beings with soft hearts. I am made of enchanted ink and intellect. Besides, I have plenty of company today. Lady Seraphina of House Moonridge accused Count Belladonna of enchanting her husband with a love hex again, and the fallout was positively catastrophic. Wine flung, curses shouted, a hat caught fire. Utterly riveting. Now, I could be going crazy, but I'm pretty sure those are characters from a TV show. The real sorceress is of Silverkeep, in fact. It does not surprise me that you know so little about it, but it is a fascinating documentary. Aha, a documentary. And you enjoyed watching this documentary? It was purely academic viewing, Master. A study of interpersonal dynamics among magically inclined nobility. It's research. Did you spend all day watching it? I have absorbed 8 episodes, but only because Count Belladonna's familiar betrayed her, and I had to see how that arc resolved, for scientific integrity, obviously. Right. Scientific integrity. Honestly, if they simply enchanted their contract bindings properly, none of this would happen. Amateur hour, truly. Also, Seraphina's illusion magic is atrocious. The whole tower is a lie, and no one is talking about it. You know that's all fiction, all right? Obviously, Master, but some elements ring true. Magic, after all, is based purely in reality. There have been countless Lady Seraphinas and Countess Belladonnas throughout history. Anyone like me in there? Why, yes. There happens to be a talking toad that advises the Countess. I believe the character is called Toadsworth. You share many qualities. Nice. Careful there, Barney. Compliment me too much and I might actually fall for you. You would not be the first human to do so, trust me, nor the last. Wow, ladies' man over here. Finishing your food, you cleaned up. And then glance over towards Barnabas, who was still watching you. It's late tonight, but maybe tomorrow we could do some more practicing? I'm always prepared to further your knowledge and skill, Master, though perhaps you should begin by tidying up this horrendous mess you call a room? Honestly, the pigsty, truly. That's a little unfair. This is all my aunt's stuff, not mine. It's not like I choose a room full of clutter. You have lived in it for a week and haven't even bothered to put away your own dirty dishes, Master. I would not deign to call that a good defense. With a groan, you conceded and began to put the room in order. You didn't have the energy for it, but you also didn't have the energy to argue with a book. Oh, by the way, is my whole magic shtick meant to be a secret? Do I seem as if I might have the answer to every question, Master? You seem like you like to think that, yes? Well, I am pleased to see you accepting the truth. But to answer your question, yes. In general, revealing one's magical capability to the mundane masses is frowned upon, especially when one is a fledgling spellcaster who lacks any control. You're far more likely to set your shelves on fire than impress anyone. Hey, I'm already getting down that spell you taught me. As did every toddler taught in the past. I'm on the level of a toddler? Just below, actually. But don't be discouraged, Master. Toddlers are remarkably clever these days. You know, a bit of encouragement wouldn't kill you. No. But it might kill you, and I've grown strangely fond of not being shoved into a forgotten drawer again. So consider my criticism a public service. One day, it might even save your life. One day I'm going to be so good at magic that you're going to eat those words. When the day comes, Master, I shall serve them with tea, jam, and a commemorative plate. But until then, try not to burn the house down. I wonder how flammable you are. Excuse me? Did you just threaten to ignite me? Me? The illustrious Barnabas the Magnificent? I'll have you know, I am warded against flame. You're clearly not against rude commentary from reckless amateurs. Honestly, how flammable are you? Have you no shame, no decorum, no decency? You're so easy to wind up, Barney. Yes, well. Enjoy your jests at my expense, Master. It's good to have a hobby when one lacks talent. I'm sure you'd know all about that. Going back to the don't tell anyone unless you burst into flames, yada yada. Is it okay if I trust someone? That is your decision, Master. There have been many famous spellcasters who were quite open about their craft, and others who were inherently secretive. Some were revered as visionaries, others were burned at the stake. It's a bit of a mixed bag, really. Trust is a valuable resource. Best spent in small increments and monitored closely. So you're saying I should trust, but be careful? No, I'm saying you should trust me and be wary of everybody else. But since I know you won't listen, yes, be careful. At least try to be. Magic may be your inheritance, Master, but secrecy is your shield. You don't yet know what kind of eyes might be watching, or what they want. You're being uncharacteristically serious right now. Yes, well, even I am allowed moments of grim sincerity. Now, if you're quite done probing the depths of philosophical trust, please turn on the next episode of the Real Sorceresses of Silverkeep. I need to see if Lady Seraphina finally hexes that two-faced necromancer or just throws another goblet. Yeah, here you go. You lifted up the remote and turned on the television. The screen lit up with images and a loud voiceover. Barnabas fell silent, and you took the opportunity to settle into bed. With a yawn, you glanced towards the open window, and the moon hanging high and bright above the treetops. As tired as you were, sleep did not come easily. Thoughts raced through your mind, and the events of the day felt more vivid than ever. Still, after some tossing and turning, you fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by the occasional gasp from Barnabas in the background. Okay, but why do I love this book? A rainy Sunday. Hey, we have reached Sunday on a Sunday. Nice. Hi. You woke to the soft patter of rain against the window pane. Gentle as a lullaby, still echoing in the quiet hush of the morning. With bleary eyes, you saw the world outside your window was tinged with grey, the colours muted. The rain fell in steady sheets, and the air in your room felt cooler, calmer, like the storm had swept away yesterday. Wrapped in the warmth of your blankets, you let yourself sink a little deeper into the mattress, lulled by the rhythm of rain and the soft creak of the old building. You would not believe this, Master. It's just preposterous. Lady Seraphina has betrayed Countess Belladonna for a third time. And this time, there were public hexes, thrown about as if they were common insults. You peeked out of the covers towards the TV and found Barnabas still on the couch where you left him last night. Light filtered through the rain-speckled window, and the room still held that quiet of the early morning. But of course, peace could not survive Barnabas. And don't even get me started on Lord Thistlewick. He's faked his own banishment, Master. Banishment! Who does that? Barney, did you even sleep? I am a sentient grimoire. The fact I must explain this to you so often, however, does not surprise me, as I believe your brain never fully developed. I transcend such mortal needs like sleep or hunger, but if I were capable of exhaustion, I would say I am running solely on indignation and disbelief. You watched that show all night? Naturally. I could not possibly pause while Countess Belladonna was teetering on the brink of scandal-fueled exile. I have two options. Lay in bed and listen to my book talking about an unpopular TV show, or get up and get to work. Not really a choice, is it? You rose from bed, stretching a little as you did. A glance at your phone told you it was nearly 8 a.m. The sun had risen, even if the sky remained cloudy and dark and grey. You dressed, and then got together a simple breakfast before heading downstairs. You came down the staircase expecting to see Lucille, the same as every morning, standing guard near the door, but she was nowhere in sight. Instead, you noticed Winnie sitting at the front desk. Sage! Finally! Were you waiting for me? Not really waiting, exactly. I was just getting lonely. Florian is usually here overnight, but he ran off yesterday. He hasn't come back. I'm sorry, Winnie. You know I'm just upstairs, right? You can always come hang out if you're feeling lonely. I guess I just didn't want to make you get hurt again. What? Are you still thinking about the glass thing? Don't worry about that. It was a silly accident. Then maybe we can have a sleepover sometime. I'm sure Barney would love that. Who? Ooh, Sage, do you have a secret boyfriend hidden upstairs? Oh, wouldn't that be exciting? Alas, no. He's a stray I picked up. A cat? That's even better than a boyfriend. No. Oh, what the hell? We're friends, right? Yeah, of course. The bestest friends ever. He's a book. A book? He's called Barnabas. He talks and everything. He's got a bit of an attitude problem, though. When he stared at you blankly. Like a spell book. Whoa, like magic and stuff? Apparently, there's some things my aunt didn't tell me about. About her and myself. Typical, huh? You're a witch? Something like that. Only you and Florian know, though, so don't go telling anyone. My lips are sealed. This is so exciting. Can you turn me into a frog? Ooh. Actually, when Florian comes back, turn him into a frog. I think he'd appreciate that. As long as you turn him back after, right? You can't complain. Come on, it's just a little prank. Unfortunately, I've only learned the spell for turning people into a frog, not the one that turns them back. Ooh, maybe it's a good thing you don't have that one. You don't have the other one. You could get into way too much trouble. Winnie giggled. We? Well, of course. You and I could be partners in crime. Just like those detective shows. The police never figure it out. I don't know. A string of frog transformations just after I moved to town sounds awfully suspicious. We'll need a cover, obviously. Maybe we could pin it on someone else. Can't really turn anyone into a frog, you know. Not yet, at least. No, my plans. Barney is a tough teacher. So far, all I can do is be slightly better at looking for things. This doesn't sound like a superpower. It's not, but if there's a pen under a couch, I'll be able to find it. Okay, that's pretty cool, I'll admit. With a grin, you walked over towards the counter and leaned on it. Then looked up towards Winnie. So, it's your big day. Are you excited? What? What do you mean? Don't tell me I've forgotten something important. No, you remember it's our wedding day. Going out for dinner. You forgot? You're the guest of honor for tonight. Going out for dinner. Ah. What? I forgot. You're not that forgetful usually, are you? Are you feeling alright? I'm so nervous about it. I think I sectioned off that part of my brain that remembered. We're still going? We are, if you're up for it. It'll be a good chance for everyone to hang out. Get to know each other a little. Winnie nodded. Maybe even a good chance to debut some of your idol skills. Think of it like training. Winnie's expression shifted from nervous to excited. Ooh, captive audience. You're right. This is all just a stepping stone on my way to stardom. If I can get past the first hurdle, nothing can stop me. That's the spirit. Hit, spirit. Okay, I didn't even mean to do that one. The sound of thunder in the distance roused you from your conversation. And as the clock struck 9, the rain grew heavier. I wonder where Lucille is. What do you mean? It's Sunday. The store's closed today. It is, isn't it? I'm such an idiot. With a sheepish laugh, you rubbed the back of your neck, a little embarrassed. I could have slept in more then. Well, probably good not to spend all day lazing in bed. It does sound pretty great, though. You know, I can't remember what it's like to sleep. Winnie leaned forward on the counter, resting her chin in her hand. To be honest, I can't remember most things. What the world looks like or what food tastes like. It's so weird, but also normal. I don't know. What kind of stuff do you remember? The sound of floorboards creaking, a sunset, and that song. But there are a lot of things I can't remember. My birthday, for one. Isn't that lame? I can't even celebrate. Well, why not today? Huh? It's the 7th of November today. If you don't know when your birthday is, why not choose one for yourself? But isn't a birthday special? Any day can be special, even a random day in November. You're already going out for dinner tonight. Why not make it a party? Winnie blinked, then gave a big, beaming smile. You'd do that? For me? You're acting like it's some huge inconvenience. Of course I would. Thank you. Really, thank you. Hopefully the rain clears up, though. Or we'll be having it here instead. And I need to find some way to contact Florian. He left yesterday before I could ask him to come. It wouldn't be a proper birthday party without a resident grump, would it? No, it wouldn't. We got to invite him. Except I don't have his number or know where he lives. Do you know if he has any friends around town we could ask? I don't think Florian has many friends. At least none I've ever heard him talk about. He likes to keep his private life pretty private. Well, I have a few errands to run today, so maybe I'll have some luck finding, I don't know, his address or number somewhere. I think my aunt would have those. The rain outside pounded the roof in a constant, steady rhythm. It was a calming sound, even if it was making leaving the house a little less than ideal. Since it's your birthday and everything, I bet we keep each other company too. I'd love to. Let's do it then. Sort through the storage. You began sorting through your aunt's collection. Weird fish! And find fish pendant. Quality poor. Your aunt really did know how to keep an eclectic collection. It's just a shame that eclectic collections attracted so much dust. Careful not to knock anything off the tables around the store, you quickly gave everything a once-over, then decided to spend some time rearranging various items around the store. Ooh. A skill check? Oh no! No! You're not really sure if it helped at all. But at the very least, the shop is a bit cleaner than when you started. The sun was beginning to crest over the horizon when the rain ceased and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, painting the streets and building in a wash of color outside the store. After a busy day around the store with Winnie, you were unsurprised to not find any way to contact Florian. With a sigh, you began to think. Quinn might know. Or maybe Emmett? Who can I ask? At that moment, the chimes by the door sounded, and the door opened timidly. Sorry, store's closed to... Standing in the doorway was a familiar, short man with dark hair, wearing a slightly oversized jacket and headphones around his neck. He looked towards you almost sheepishly. Can we talk? I'd say we already are. He rubbed the back of his neck, not meeting your eyes. Yeah, I guess so. How? Are the fangs not actually supposed to be out all the time? Is that just like an art thing? How can you miss those fangs? I'm, sorry for running away. He glanced towards you, but quickly away. And sorry for what I tried to hurt you, so... God, this fucking sucks. Apology accepted. But on one condition. Can you tell me what's going on with you? Yeah. I guess that's fair. Where's, Winnie? She's upstairs still. I'm guessing she doesn't know? No. No one knows. Except Sylvie. I had to tell someone. Look. This is new to me. I'm a vampire, I guess. I don't fucking know. It's not like I chose this, and... I hate blood. The smell, the taste, it's disgusting. I try to avoid it, but sometimes I'm not in control. I get so hungry, but all my favorite foods just don't work anymore. So I try to keep to myself and keep people away from me. All this tiredness has been from hunger then? Yeah. But you've eaten now, right? You don't look as bad. I guess so. Well, there you go. No harm done. Except for whoever he ate. You say that, but... You're not a danger to me. I believe that. You're just going through some stuff. Florian was silent for a moment, before a weak laugh escaped him. God, you're a fucking moron. Why aren't you scared? Because I like you, Florian. I don't think you'd really hurt me. You're an idiot. Oh, I'm well aware. It won't happen again. I won't let myself get into a situation where it could, so... Just try to keep your distance. Please. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're scared. Okay, that's what you need. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're scared. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're scared of yourself. You can ask me to be careful, but don't ask me to pretend I don't care about you. I don't deserve that. Too bad. You've got it anyway. Why? The fuck are you so nice to me? Why not? You're a good person, Florian. Florian stared at you blankly, a confused, almost pained expression on his face, as if the very concept was foreign to him. With a deep breath, he looked away from you, then back. Just don't Don't expect anything from me, alright? Hey, thanks for the follow, Currently Crow. I don't want to drag you into my bullshit. Then don't. But I'm gonna stick around either way. Now, I've got a question for you. How does one go about inviting a vampire to a birthday party? A what? I meant to ask you yesterday, but things got a little hectic. Eden invited us all out for... Just now realizing we're going out for dinner with two people who can't eat. God, am I just that insensitive or what? You're inviting me out? Yeah, of course, I'd love for you to be there, but if you don't want to, I'll go. If it's fine. Oh, cute boy. Oh, I love him. Thanks for dropping by. I'm on the last day. I'm getting close to the end of it, but it's... I mean, 2.5 studio games are always good. They can even make me like genres I don't like. Do you have a favorite love interest so far? It's more than fine. It wouldn't have been the same without you. Where does the birthday thing come into it? Oh, we decided it's Winnie's birthday today. Is it her birthday today? Likely not, but today is. Yes, I really like Florian. Sad boy, grumpy, teefies. I've been instantly struck by Eden as well. He's interesting. I'm excited to see what his deal is. Likely not, but today is as good a day as any for someone who doesn't remember their birthday. There was another knock at the door, and it slowly opened once again as Cecile walked in, though you almost didn't recognize her. For the first time since meeting her, she lacked her characteristic armor, and instead wore a much simpler blouse and trousers. Pretty lady. That's so good. I wish that this kind of outfit was more socially acceptable to wear in everyday life. Bring back peasant core. Florian is definitely my favorite so far. Good afternoon, Sir Florian and Sage. How do you fare on this fine day? How is it fine? It's been pissing down with rain all day. Okay. Sometimes the Australian leaks through. Pissing down. And now the rain has risen, and now the sun has risen, and the rain has departed. It is a blessing indeed. Nice to see you, Lucille. Nice. It's been a busy day, actually. That is no good, Sage. You work hard during the week. You want to use your days of rest for rest. But if I may pry, what has been so busy about your day? Well, I got up first thing because I forgot that we didn't open on a Sunday. Then Winnie and I spent the day sorting out errands all over the place. My sincerest apologies. Had I known you would be working, I would have taken the opportunity to aid you. No, it's all right. You just said that days of rest should be for rest, right? That goes for you too. To assist you is hardly work. It is a privilege, not a burden. You do too much already. You don't need to do anything else. I like that they've got multiple outfits. It's wild how something so simple like multiple outfits increases the budget of a game, though. Yes. My favorite thing is the devs keep going, we need to stop making such attractive side characters so people don't want to date them. And then every character they come up with is just sexy. It's like they're not doing a very good job of making people not want to date their side characters. There's always at least one that just drives players insane. Where it's like, why can't I date that one? Why not that one? Give me that one. I've seen a few people want Quinn, and I know that people are going to go feral over the side character that we haven't met in the in this playthrough yet. Oopsies! Another sexy man. I can't remember what his name is, but the redhead at the end. He's gorgeous. Yes, I agree. If it is your wish, so shall it be. I will do my utmost to rest. Whoa, everyone's here. Not quite everyone. Emmett and Eden haven't turned up yet. Yeah. Luckily, red's my favorite color. Winnie hurried down the stairs, and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Florian. Florian! What? You came back? Yeah, I kind of work here. Boo. You know that's not what I meant. I mean, after you ran off last night. You fled? During your shift? So Florian. Yeah, purple's my actual favorite color. Purple, red and purple. And it just so happens that I don't see the red flags. It's my fault, actually, but we worked it out. Wasn't... Yep, all worked out. Look at that pout! Look at that pout! I'm relieved to hear that. It's good for us Or take an outing like this. Bonding as colleagues is a vital part of work experience. You nod sagely. Totally. Do I work here? If you count getting in the way of work, then sure. Hey, that's not nice. Don't make me make Sage turn you into a frog. Into a what? I'm afraid I must admit ignorance on this topic as well. I mean... You can't turn someone into a frog. Lucille raised an eyebrow, and Florian stared flatly at her, then at you. Anyway... Eden and Emmett still haven't arrived, huh? I wouldn't be surprised if Emmett just doesn't turn up. He's never wanted to get to know us before. Why would that change now? You shouldn't think such things, Sir Florian. He will arrive. He will surely arrive soon. However, if Sir Eden were to find himself lost in a ditch somewhere, then I would not be surprised, nor would I be upset. Oh, I forgot you didn't like him. It's not a simple dislike. There is something uncanny about him. She paused, considering her words carefully. The world has an energy, a presence. Some people are bright and vibrant, like you, Sage, and others have an energy that is quiet, more subtle. But when I look at Sir Eden, it is as if he has no aura at all. Maybe you just don't like him. It's not illegal or anything. I would like to think I am not so petty, but... I think he's fun! Fun in a... wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you kind of way, but fun nonetheless. And will endeavor to take your opinion into account. And not simply assume the worst. I apologize. I don't need to say sorry for not liking someone. There's a hell of a lot of people I don't like too. That is fair, but it is a shame to let one's distaste rule one's emotions. The chimes by the door rang once again. And when the door opened, you were surprised to see two silhouettes. Did Eden go and fetch him? One taller, standing rigidly, and another that stood with a confident swagger. Oh, he's just so pretty. He really does give me K-pop idol vibes. Honey, I'm home. Told you not to say that when we got here. And I told you I don't listen. Now who's ready for a night on the town? It's dinner, not a pub crawl. Emmett, Eden, I'm surprised to see you two arrive together. We happened to bump into each other. Fate can have such a heavy hand. You were loitering outside my house all afternoon. I could hardly call that fate, even if such a thing were to exist. Fate works in mysterious ways, my friend. As I said, it is hardly so mysterious, that fate. Oh, Your Honor, I love him. God save me. I don't think even God can save you now. Yes, fate and all that. Very mysterious. You do need to get a room. I'm not gonna lie. Can't ship it. Sorry, Emmett. I don't think even God can save you now. You do not need to remind me. I kind of like Winnie and Lucille, and then Eden and Emmett. Good evening, Sir Emmett, Sir Eden. It was good evening, yes. And I'm sure it will be still. I don't think I've ever seen the store so full of life. Too much life, if you ask me. Ignore Florian, he's being a sourpuss. A what? A sourpuss! Come on, it's my birthday, cheer up! Your birthday? No one told me that. Actually, we decided this morning. How very curious of you. This makes me think you don't know when your birthday really is, perhaps? Well, it might be today. A 1 in 365 chance. I don't know about you, but I like those odds. Honestly, I think it's a great idea. We should all get a birthday cake whenever we want. That sounds fiscally irresponsible. Cake is never fiscally irresponsible, Emmett. I bet you have a secret sweet tooth hidden underneath that suit somewhere. Sweet tooth or not, sugar should only be consumed in moderation. So you do like cake? Of course he does. This big guy is a huge softie deep down. I've seen the keyring in your pocket. It holds keys, Eden. It's also an orange cat wearing a bow tie. Oh, it was a gift. Oh, I want to see it. That is hardly necessary. Come on, Emmett, it's her birthday. It is quite literally not her birthday. It could be. You wouldn't want to disappoint the birthday girl, would you? Fine. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys. Attached to them was a tiny crocheted kitten, indeed wearing a bow tie. Bow ties are cool. Oh my god, that is so cute. It looks like Sage. What? Does not. It definitely does. Look at that fluffy orange hair. A coincidence then, that's all. Whatever helps you sleep at night, big guy. Did he make it himself? He said it was a gift, but did he make it himself? I've owned this for months. It is hardly related to a person I have met in the last week. But it does look like her. Truthfully, it is a remarkable resemblance. A fascinating observation. Now, are we going out for this not birthday, or or did I come all this way for nothing? We're going. Come on, I got us a reservation at the best place in town. Would that happen to be the Silver Oak? I'm unsurprised to see someone with such good taste already knows about Willowmist's best-kept secret. What part of it is a secret? It's like the only restaurant in town open past 6 p.m. Eden here is prone to hyperbole. You should not put stock in anything he says. Then, shall we make our way there? If we are not to be late? Yeah, let's go. Go, Winnie! Go, Winnie! You can do it! The group began to file towards the door, and you held it open for everyone to leave ahead of you, until only one other person remained. How are you feeling? Would you believe me if I said I'm good? Is that the truth, though? Winnie looked up at you and then smiled. The same bright smile as always. I guess I'm a little scared. But I'm excited too. It feels like I've never stood under that big open sky before. Even if I'm sure I have. Thanks, Sage. For what? For coming to this town. Well, I should be the one thanking you for giving me such a warm welcome. No way! I should be thanking you. If I remember correctly, I think I gave you kind of the opposite of a warm welcome. Let's agree to thank each other then. Deal? Deal. Now come on. Everyone's waiting. You held the door open and stepped outside first. Outside the shop, the street was quiet. I'm really interested in seeing what, like the actual specifics of Winnie's ghost is. Like what the law they're going to be doing behind that, like their rules for their like supernaturals, I guess. Like Florian can be out in the sun, but he's all bundled up, so it obviously either at least discomfort, if not, you know, immediate bursted flames kind of thing. What Winnie's deal is, they've got time travel. Time travel is like the most difficult mechanic to put in anything, because then you have to work out how time travel works and how timelines work and how someone who is time traveling interacts with things. And it becomes a big brain ache. And I just try to, like, not think about it with time travel. It's just like, I'm not working that out. Outside the shop, the street was quiet. There was no traffic. The only storefronts across the street were dark and lifeless. Winnie stepped out after you, slowly at first, her movements guided by hesitation and fear. But that quickly gave way to something brighter and bolder. As she left the doorway, she let out a gasp, her eyes fixed upon the stars above. They're beautiful. There was something in her gaze, awe, longing, and something else. But her expression was so filled with light that you couldn't help but smile. That's one of those phrases that kind of like clings to me all the time. I use it so much, couldn't help but. So now every time I see it, I'm like, oh, couldn't help but. The others watched on, a mix of curiosity and knowing crossing their faces. Florian looked up himself, but the look in his eyes was much more subdued. You are a brave soul, Lady Winona. It takes true courage to face one's fear. This is your first time leaving the store, is it no? Is it not? Yeah, I guess it is. I can't think of a worse hell than being trapped in a musty old store. It's a wonder you didn't die of boredom. Nothing could be boring with Winnie around. Yeah, well, you got me there. You walked over to Winnie, then offered her your arm. Ready for an adventure? I guess I am. Winnie took a breath, then looped her arm through yours, or at least tried to. Though neither of you could touch the other, it was a strangely comforting gesture all the same. Slowly, the group set off, heading up the sidewalk. As you went, Winnie kept glancing around, taking everything in with wide eyes. You couldn't blame her. There was a lot of new experiences waiting after all. It's so strange. I've been looking out the window every day, but nothing has ever felt as big as the world looks right now. A gentle wind blew through the streets, ruffling clothes and sending leaves skittering across the pavement. You couldn't help but notice the way Winnie's hair and clothes stayed totally still. There was no movement to her, except her steps, and she made no noise either. It is very interesting to see, like, it's going to be very interesting to see how the law goes with with Winnie in particular, because she's a love interest. So there has to be like there's, I mean, I can't see her being like, you know, tragic ending kind of one, but it's gonna be interesting in what actually like resolves there. Like, will the magic come into play and make her like, you know, able to touch stuff? Or will she, you know, be a coma patient or something like that? I have no idea what they're going to do, and it's fascinating. I'm interested just to see where those kind of storylines go. My dearest friends, Sage, it is truly good to see you. Hi, Quinn. How are you? 1,000 times better now that I see you here, and you've brought quite the crew with you. We're having something of a birthday cross-welcoming party tonight. How wonderful, my friends. I will give you the finest services this humble restaurant has to offer. Thank you, Sir Quinn. We appreciate the hospitality. Lucille, you're looking positively radiant tonight, my dear. Did you do something with your hair? Lucille cracked a smile at that, a little sheepish, but her eyes seemed to sparkle in the low light. Perhaps it is the lack of armor that makes me look different. I find it more comfortable than expected. Well, either way, it's a pleasure to have you once again. Please, allow me to see you to a table. The group followed Quinn further into the open-air dining area, which was beginning to fill up with customers up at this time of night. It was fortunate that Eden had thought ahead and reserved a table. Your group of 6 sat down, and Quinn left you menus and took drink orders. Hey. Look at these two. It's interesting that Winnie seems to be able to interact with the furniture. Like, she's leaning on it, and she's either using like a lot of ghostly core strength to keep her up onto something that she's not actually touching, but she can sit on the like she can sit on the bench tops and stuff like that. Something that I don't know if anyone's ever seen the TV show Ghosts, but something that they specifically bring up as being confusing to them with their own lore is, why can we walk on the floor but walk through walls? Why is down not something that you fall through, but side is? It's one of the things that I love playing with like, you know, I really, really personally enjoy like supernatural fantasy, paranormal kind of things. Things that have the, like, even, like, I prefer like more high fantasy like settings, but even with modern settings, I like having that kind of like fantasy thing to it. And like, even like the only thing that, I mean, I've only got like 3 titles at the moment myself, but with like Heart Agency is a, like, just a modern idol based story. And even with that, I'm trying to work out, how do I bring the fantasy into it? I love being able to like play around with that kind of like lore. The fun thing about having that fantasy and like supernatural like twist to things is that you can all of a sudden do so much with it that you can't in a pure reality setting. It's like, and then like within, I like how like there's just that slight transparency to Winnie at all times. Like, that's really cool that you can actually see through her, but she's still very defined. Because in an art setting, it would be very easy for her to just kind of blend in through everything behind and be kind of a bit of a mess. But it works really well. And it's a very cool detail. I just love how versatile, like, fantasy is, though. Like, you can do anything with vampires. You can do anything with ghosts. I don't know what these two deal is other than maybe they were a one-night stand at one point. Lucille seems to have some kind of, I don't know, seer? Maybe? Like, she seems to be able to see auras. She can time travel. Although that might have just been not something she can do, just something she got caught in. Like, I don't know, some kind of rift or something like that that transported her rather than a power that she has. But she can see auras, so... Or at least, that's what it sounds like. What I really appreciate right here, though, is that Sage is actually in this CG. That's something that you need to be really, like, it's really difficult with, like, customizable protagonist games, is that something that's really, really important to me as a player is having that protagonist. I want to follow their story and see them represented in the game. So I didn't know that there actually were CGs with Sage, because but being the 2 body options, there's still an extra cost for like the customization and being able to choose those different body type, like between those 2 bodies, will add to art costs and mean you won't be able to show the MC as much because you'll need to pay double for everything that they're in. But I really, really appreciate when they're in that, when they are actually represented in the art. And she's so cute. So that's something that I really like about this, that while you can change things, there's like, they're able to actually represent this character like in this world and with the other characters. Whereas like customizable things, usually you never actually get to see the character because it's just too cost prohibitive to actually show what that customization is possibly is, because some, like, especially if there's a lot of options, you just couldn't put them in CGs for time and cost. There we are. I didn't know you were so familiar with the owner, Sage. What can I say? I have a way with people. Not much is obvious. You have all of us wrapped around your pretty little fingers. Speak for yourself. Some of us are just trying to do our jobs. Perhaps that is something you should consider, Eden. Are you trying to tell me that your relationship is entirely business? Entirely. That's how an employment contract works, yes? Eden let out a laugh at that, shaking his head. You play so hard to get. Emmett pushed up his glasses, crossed his arms, and looked away from the table. I'm not playing anything. I'm simply doing my job. If you were only doing your job, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. I am simply... Look, do you two need a moment? Or should I just start handing out earplugs? Jesus. Shut up, Florian. This is like seeing a TV drama in real life. No, he's right. We shouldn't try to have all the spotlight. Not when we have a birthday girl and Sage right here. You know, it dawns on me that some of us know us better than others. Perhaps We should get a bit of ice-breaking done. Like what, exactly? Oh, I know. I saw this game in a magazine. 2 truths, 1 lie. Eden's eyes lit up. Now you're speaking my language. That sounds stupid. I am in agreement. This is a game for children. On the contrary, perhaps such a game would allow us to get better acquainted, although I am unfamiliar with how it is played. It's simple. You just have to state 3 things, 2 of which are true, 1 of which is a lie. Usually everyone has to guess which is which, but I think it would be more fun to leave people wondering. What do you say? He's big on the mystery. The seal made eye contact with Eden across the table, and a silent, unspoken challenge seemed to pass between them. I agree. Sounds quite interesting indeed. I am looking forward to getting to know you further, Sir Eden. Careful. Beautiful people who know how to swing a sword are my weakness. I'll go first. Do I really have to play? As it is Lady Winona's birthday, and she wishes it, you must. Ugh, fine. Whatever. Winnie beamed. Yay! Okay, Alright, 1, I'm a really good singer. 2, sometimes I randomly smell disinfectant when there isn't any. And 3, I love the ocean. What a spread of options. Now all of us will be guessing all night. This is just stupid. You should not judge while you have not spoken your truths and lies, Sir Florian. Fine, but this is dumb. Florian crossed his arms and leaned back, looking away. 1, I used to be a vegetarian. 2, I'm an only child. 3, someone tried to kill me once. Ooh, we know that his lie is only child. There. Are you all happy? I know I am. Well, kinda. As long as someone didn't really try to kill you. Who knows? He just shrugged at that. It seems we are all learning more about you by the moment, Sir Florian. Great, that's just what I want. Allow me to go next. I have prepared 2 truths and a lie, and I trust you will not be able to decipher the falsehood among them. Firstly, I was knighted before my 18th birthday. Secondly, the last time I saw my homeland, it was burning. Lastly, I held the crown of a fallen knight for 3 days until his people could bury him. You deliver all 3 with such confidence that I suspect they're all technically true, and the lie is in the semantics. You do not seem the kind of person to lie otherwise. Now you're getting into it. Emmett pushed his glasses off. He's been drawn in against his will. Reel it in, boys. Emmett pushed his glasses up his nose and then tapped his finger against the table thoughtfully. I suspect you were knighted on your 18th birthday. I think he probably did hold someone's crown, but it was for more than 3 days. Ooh, or Lucy was still there after her homeland stopped burning? Look what you've done. We're not supposed to be guessing. You're quite good at this game, at the game, Lucille. Thank you, Sir Eden. Just Eden is fine, you know. Aren't we friends? She's like, no, Sir Eden. I suppose I'll go next, if only to get it over and done with. The pink in my hair is natural. I grew up a town over from Willowmist. I've never had a cavity. I think the town over from Willowmist. No, cavity. No, I mean, I've never had a cavity. No, I've never had a cavity. So, that could be true. I think the pink in his hair is probably natural, but I can't decide between the other two. He did say that he didn't grow up in Willowmist, but how close he was to it, I don't know. Does anyone have any theories about what he might be? Does that suffice? This is more than I've got out of you all week. I told you, I have no interest in personal relationships. That one's definitely the lie. Wasn't part of the game. But it is a lie. I have a sneaking suspicion you might actually like us. Some of us, at least. Huh. Not you, at the very least. What about Sage? I find Sage tolerable in a business sense. Easier to deal with than Miss Marigold, that's for certain. Tolerable? There, Sage. That's pretty much a marriage proposal coming from him. I'm already regretting coming. There's no need to have regret, Sir Emmett. It is in the company of comrades that most hardened hearts soften. You're not helping, Lucille. On the contrary, I believe I am offering him a valuable opportunity for introspection. Translation? Yeah, stuck with us, Emmett. I think I need a drink? Then rejoice, my friends, for your wish is my command. Quinn set down drinks all around the table, a wide smile on his face before pulling out a small notepad and taking your orders. You watched as everyone ordered. Minus Winnie, before it stopped at Florian. I'm not really... Go on, Florian, it's my treat. Actually, we were planning to share something, weren't we? Were we? Yeah, remember? Quinn, can we get pasta for 2, please? Fantastic. I'd expect nothing less from my wondrous Sylvie's relative. She adored my pasta. How I miss her. She'll be back soon enough. I'm sure she misses you too. Quinn smiled, a little wistfully. Your words warm my heart. But come, we should not waste a moment. To the kitchen. Quinn left once more, and the chatter slowly resumed. Eden and Emmett started bickering about something or other, while Lucille stood and began showing off some stances and sword swings to Winnie. Florian, however, lightly pulled on your sleeve. Hey, thanks. For that, I mean, I, appreciate it, I guess. You'll just have to pass me pasta under the table now. I probably should have picked something easier. I probably should have picked something you eat with your hands. I could just start filling your pockets with it. Pocket pasta is the best kind. The concept of him filling her pockets with pasta. Please, she doesn't have pockets. God, you're stupid. He's so falling in love. Thanks. Sage. Yes, Winnie? You haven't had your turn yet. Well, if I remember correctly, neither has Eden. Well then, I suppose I should have a turn. We'll save the best for last. Let's see. I had a lovely childhood. I was born in the most beautiful garden in the world that you'd never find on any map. And I've read over 10,000 books, though I couldn't tell you what any of them were called. I think the lie is the lovely childhood, judging by what he said about not having family. Although, being bored in a garden's kind of weird. Maybe his communal upbringing was lovely. Who knows? "10,000 books and no titles to note? That is most peculiar. Doesn't the average person read like 700 books in their lifetime? I haven't read any. You don't count. Maybe they were boring books. Even boring books have titles. Forgetting every single one is statistically impressive, I suppose. Always loved being statistically impressive. And what kind of garden are we talking about? Tulips? Ooh, are you a man-eating tulip person? It could be. What do you think? I don't know. You're so mysterious, says the ghost. I guess I'll have to leave you all wondering then. I'm far more interested in what our new friend here has to share. Who, little old me? Don't play coy. You've been dodging the spotlight all evening. Maybe I just enjoyed listening to all of you. If I had to play this stupid game, so do you. Of all of us, you are the one shrouded in the deepest mystery. Am I? Think I'm pretty open with you all. Perhaps too open. Alright, let's see. Pick a truth. I used to write letters to the moon as a kid. I never did get a response. That would explain a lot about you, actually. You might think that's adorable. I bet the moon read every single one and just didn't know how to write back. That's what my mum used to say too. Pick another truth. I name every mug I own. I got fired at my job for being too good at it. I saw someone talking to a bird out their window once. That's not interesting at all. Except the fact that it was Sunshine and Casper. Did the bird have flowers? We've got to go for the date with death options, right? I mean, I talk to the birds all the time. Sometimes they respond. Usually it's to yell at me. Currently, we have a family of 4 magpies, a family of like 5 butcher birds, an entire horde of bush turkeys. There's not as many kookaburras this year as there usually are. There's usually like half a dozen of them, but I only really see like 1 or 2 at a time this time. There is a baby one somewhere though, because I can hear it failing to laugh and it's deeply hysterical. The babies are so funny. We've also got a lot of dragons. The water dragons are like, they're starting to grow up now and they are everywhere. And they are getting quite big. We used to have blue tongues, but at some point it kind of switched from like blue tongue to water dragon. He doesn't talk to the animals though. At my old apartment, I was hanging out on my balcony and I looked down and bam, bird holding flowers. A what? A bird. It looked like a crow or something. It had all these sunflowers. You know you're meant to make the lies convincing, yes? This one is actually the truth. My neighbor even took the flowers. Uh-huh. Pick a lie. I once got engaged by accident. What? It's true. Thought it was a joke. Apparently it wasn't. Were there not vows exchanged? A dowry discussion? I ran for the hills before that happened. Changed my number, moved apartments, you know the drill. No, I don't think we do. Bon appetit. I hope you're all hungry. Quinn placed a large bowl of pasta between you and Florian, and everyone else's dishes in front of them. The smell made your stomach growl. You were really starting to miss proper food. All the snacks and sandwiches you were living off. Thanks, Quinn. Smells amazing. It is my pleasure, Sage. Please, eat to your heart's content. He mentioned something about you know what the moon does. I feel like he might be a werewolf. And if he's a werewolf, he might be able to give Florian some tips on like how to diet kind of thing, like how to survive as a alternate dietary as a restaurant. Maybe he can source him some kind of, well, he did say he ate, so he got it somewhere. He raid a blood bank or something. It'd be interesting to see how they go about their like vampire lore though. Like a lot of vampire lore will have like dead blood, stagnant blood, like living blood kind of thing, that like one of the ways to kill a vampire is to make them ingest dead blood. But then you also have to qualify what counts as dead blood. If it's just from a dead body. Oh, I wanted to tell you, my aunt sent me a letter. Ah, the apple of my eye, muse to my culinary creativity, light of my life. How is she? She's doing good, I think. She said to say she thinks of you often. She did? Quinn paused, just for a second, long enough for you to catch the flicker of something soft in his expression, like the sun breaking through a cloud. Oh, goodness, He cleared his throat and quickly turned back to the table, fussing with a napkin that didn't need adjusting. Be still, my beating heart. To be thought of by such a luminous soul, what a treasure. You must tell her the feeling is mutual. No, stronger than mutual. Mutual squared. I'd love to, but she still hasn't given me any way to contact her. But I'm sure she knows that. She remains as mysterious as ever. That is my Sylvie. I hadn't realized you two had a relationship like that. How long have you been together? Together? No, you misunderstand. Quinn chuckled, a little wistfully, folding his hands over his heart. We're not lovers, my friend. We are not anything so easily named. Sylvie is the kind of woman whose presence alone is enough to change a man. I have loved her in my own way for years. And if all I am permitted is a place in her story, no matter how small, then I consider myself blessed. So you wouldn't want anything more? What if she wanted more? Quinn's smile faltered just slightly. His gaze turned distant for a moment before he answered. then that would be the greatest honor of my life. He is a wife guy. His words were quieter than usual. Then, with a small laugh, he shook himself free of the mood, his usual flamboyance returning like a well-worn coat. But whether such a day comes to pass or not, I am content to cheer from the sidelines, to cook, to fuss, to write odes to her magnificence when the mood strikes me, which is often. You're kind of a hopeless romantic, huh? Hopeless? Never. I remain full of hope, overflowing with it, in fact. And now I am passing that hope on to you. Eat, drink, and enjoy your evening amongst friends. Those evenings are the finest ones. Quinn bowed and left, and conversation quickly returned. Wow, can't believe you actually just came out and asked him that. I think he still has his arm around Emmett. It's like he's forcing him to stay. Like he's floating away like a helium balloon if he wasn't tethered. Why not? Love is a subject I'm fascinated by. I mean, I thought it was pretty well known that he's head over heels for her. News to me. Florian picked up a fork of pasta and blew on it, although he didn't move it to his mouth. I mean, I think he asked her to marry him like 20 years ago. Wait, what? Seriously? This gets more juicy by the second. Sir Quinn's devotion is most admirable. To love so fiercely, yet ask for nothing in return. It is the kind of loyalty spoken about of old songs and battle oaths. Lucille sat straighter, hands resting on her lap as she gazed towards Quinn, who was already laughing at another table and setting down drinks. I could kind of, if he wasn't so dedicated to Sylvia, I could kind of ship that too. Like I could see a little something there. In my homeland, we are taught that devotion is not measured by its reward, but by its endurance. To love without expectation is the purest form of loyalty. We speak vows not to be returned, but to be upheld. If one's heart is true, it does not waver, even in silence. You're gonna make me cry! Lucy, the way you talk is so beautiful. You really do have a way with words. You'd make a good poet, Lucille. It's beautiful, sure, but isn't it a little tragic too? The group looked towards Eden, who leaned slightly back, fingers loosely rested around the stem of his glass. All that loyalty, all that devotion. And what if it was never returned? What's left for someone like that? Did you not listen to a word he said? Not everything is about what you get back. Some people love in quiet ways, through actions, stability, showing up. There's value in loving someone without expecting something in return. You just don't understand it. So what makes you so sure I don't? Because everything you say about love sounds like a transaction. Ooh. Savaged. You offer your heart and expect someone to take it. That is not a connection, that's a contract. And what would you know about it, Mr. I don't need anyone? More than you, at the very least. Well, okay. I thought we were playing party games, not starring in a courtroom drama about the ethics of love. Sage is correct. We would do well not to pry into Sir Quinn and Lady Sylvie's private matters. Even the purest intention may bruise where they mean to heal. And I would not like to see Sir Quinn hurt by our words. You're right, of course. My apologies. Still, I enjoyed the conversation. Hearing everyone's views is enlightening. I didn't grow up around people with opinions that weren't handed to them. So hearing all of you speak so freely, even when we disagree, it's kind of refreshing. Though, if you ever want a slightly less... Is this... I can't say that. It's one of those words that I get trapped on for some reason. Existential discussion about love, Sage. I'm always happy to offer my services as a test subject. Oh, in the name of science? Naturally, controlled environment, one-on-one observation, lots of long walks and meaningful glances, all the good stuff. All very official, wouldn't you say? You are incorrigible. Oh, just shut up and eat already. You're all just jealous of our blossoming relationship. What? I'm not gonna let you steal my favorite manager away from me. Yes. Take care with your words, Sir Eden, for I am sworn to protect Sage from anything that means harm. This is somehow the best and worst dinner I've ever been to. Florian's like, oh, this is messy. I like it. Here for the drama. I can't help but agree. Florian and Emma got their popcorn out. Emmett reached out to the glass to the left of his plate, lifting it for a quick sip. Emmett, that's not... Too late. Emmett had already taken a mouthful, pausing as the taste hit him. He slowly set the glass down, blinking once. Your drink. I didn't realize you were close enough to share. I'm honored, Emmett. You switched the drinks? No one switched anything. You grabbed it yourself. Sir Emmett quite alright? He stared down at the glass in betrayal, then turned to you, squinting slightly. You're blurry. Maybe you should just... Wait. Emmett, are you drunk? He's got fangs kinda too, and that makes him very, very devious, and he looks like... Everything about him just looks like trouble. After just one sip? I didn't realize you had such a cute side. Shut up, Eden. You talk too much and no one likes you. Fucking just savage. So you're an honest drunk. You've gained a new charm point in my eyes. Please stop speaking to me. And you, why are you sitting there? He looked towards you now, elbow on the table, face resting in his hand. Why am I sitting here? To eat dinner? It's what you usually do at a restaurant, I think. Why aren't you sitting here? He's messy. He's so messy. Emmett nodded his head towards Eden's seat. Do you want to sit next to me or something? Oh man, if I could eat popcorn, I would be eating popcorn right now. I did not know Sir Emmett held such strong opinions about seating arrangements. So what if I do? Is that a crime? Not the last time I checked. What? You don't want to sit next to me? No. Your personality is exhausting and you flirt with everyone. Don't flirt with everyone. In fact, I think I've been decidedly unflirty tonight. You flirt with Sage. And maybe it's time to... Do I? Constantly, and poorly, might I add. You seem oddly concerned about where Sage's attention goes to for someone who doesn't care about anyone. It was said I didn't care about anyone, I'm just selective. Selective, huh? Yes, very. I only showed up tonight because someone keeps getting dragged into nonsense and I have to keep an eye on them. Who, me? No. The other new antique store manager of town. Of course I mean you. Ooh, he's like a clingy cat that pretends to hate you but actually loves you and wants to sit at a keyboard while you work. That's so specific. I prepared you for the possessive type. What do you think I'm gonna do? Bite her? Knowing you, probably. You need not worry. No one is getting bitten on my watch, Sir Emmett. No one's going to bite me. Not unless you say please, at least. Please keep your mouth shut, Sir Emmett, lest you lose it. Lose my mouth? Alright, I'll be good. I doubt it. Sage, you should come sit next to me for your safety. That's a little hard when I'm sharing dinner with Florian, don't you think? You can share mine. Oh, we could fuck with him so bad right here. It's a kind offer, but... Oh, no, I gotta. Depends. Will you feed me? If I say, There was a pause. Half the table watching, half of it holding in laughter, before Emmett, entirely without hesitation, lifted his fork with the most absurd seriousness imaginable. Say it then. The fork slipped past your lips. It was a simple gesture, but something about the way his eyes were on you and the look in them was strangely intimate. Oh my gosh, he actually did it. Wow, it's pretty good. I'll have to try it next time. But I think I'll stay here and finish my meal. Hey, think about it like this. You can keep a better eye on Eden if you're sitting together. Reduced to a third wheel. It seems I'll have to step up my game. Hey, Emmett. I had a question. Why do you stop by the store so much these days? He's helping me with... I know, all the boring numbers and stuff. But it's not just that, is it? It's part of my job. I'm ensuring the transition is smooth and that Sage isn't unintentionally ruining the store's finances. Come on, Emmett, just admit it. You're hovering. It is not dishonorable to show one's concern for one's companions. Are you checking in on me? Of course I am. He cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. You were suddenly dropped into your role with little warning. In this town of all places, monitoring your adjustment is prudent. Oh, he's worried about you. It's very sweet, Emmett. Thank you. I'll have to remind you of this entire conversation tomorrow. Psst, you owe me $5, Florian. Ugh, once again. Why does a ghost even need $5 for? It's a good point. What does a ghost need $5 for? Well, go on. What bet at my expense did you make this time? I bet Emmett had a soft spot for you. I mean, he'd never stop by so much when Sylvie was around. You picked the last of the pasta on your fork, already full to bursting. Apparently eating a pasta for two all by yourself was difficult work. Unfortunately, no one else seemed to have noticed Florian's lack of eating. Should have got like a pizza or something. Also, if you're around people who expect you to like consume something, whether it be like food or a drink or something like that, always having something in your hand that you actively look like you're actually like consuming, even if you aren't, tends to keep people off your back. Like if you look like, if you've got a drink, people stop asking you if you want a drink, even if you're not drinking it. Winnie hovered over towards Emmett, poking fun while he attempted to swat her away unsuccessfully. Eden and Lucille were engaged in a lively conversation about something or other. And for a moment, you felt at peace. It was strange. You hadn't known anyone here longer than a week, and yet here you all were, talking, laughing, having dinner together, like you'd known each other all of your lives. It was a feeling you'd never felt before, not even back home. The closest you'd ever come was nights you'd stayed up playing video games with friends over voice chat, and even then, there was a distance between you, a separation in place. Here, though, it was different. Even when Emmett and Eden were arguing, there was something comforting about the knowledge that they were right beside you, a mere arm's length away. You leaned back, fork resting against your plate. Your stomach was full, your heart a little more so. Okay. New bet. No, I keep losing bets with you. I don't want to do them anymore. Wrong answer. Okay, here it is. I bet Lucille could out-eat Florian and Emmett and Eden in a pie eating contest if she wanted to. Is there a pie eating contest coming up I haven't heard about? Well, no, but we could always organize one. I'll pass. That is not a wager I would wish to entertain, Lady Winona, but I am flattered by your confidence in my constitution. Lucille gave a quiet laugh and dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. This evening has been most enjoyable. In my kingdom, feasts are often accompanied by political tension and hidden motives. Here, there is laughter, companionship, and light-hearted debate. I must confess, it is refreshing. I'm glad you think so. Same. I haven't had this much fun in forever. I wish every day was like this. You'd get bored of me eventually. Impossible. I could never get bored of you. It's true. You have a natural draw to you that's hard to resist. You think everyone's hard to resist. What can I say? I'm a lover. Ew. Anyway, are we done here? It's probably about time I dragged our favorite accountant home before he regrets the night any more than he already will. Don't worry. Tonight's on me. Eden stood and tracked down Quinn, leaving the rest of the table to gather themselves and stand up as well. As you all did, Eden returned, followed by a beaming Quinn, who seemed positively ecstatic at the sight of the empty plates left behind. Did you enjoy your meal, my friends? It was wonderful once again. You'll have to give me some pointers one day. I've never had cooking like yours. For you, absolutely. You know, much of the flavor comes from growing your own produce. Why, we had a beautiful harvest of carrots just the other day. I shall drop some by for you to have some. Sometime, yes? Oh, Quinn, you don't have to do that. It would be my pleasure. Plus, to be perfectly honest, I have far more than I need. You, my dear, would be doing me a great favor. Well, in that case, I'd love some. Thank you again. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll drop by sometime next week if I can. Quinn smiled, eyes crinkling. Then, after bidding everyone a good evening, He disappeared back inside the restaurant. With that, it was time to head home. Your group found your way back to the road, said your goodbyes and happy birthdays, and you turned back towards the direction of the antique store before stopping in your tracks. Someone else came up beside you. Hey. Hey, did you miss me already? Hardly. Look, fuck me, if you insist. How many times do I have to say thank you today? I wouldn't complain about it one more time. Are you that desperate for validation? Helps boost my ego. Thank you. For earlier. For not just kicking me out for the pasta. The pasta was entirely selfish of me. I was just really hungry. Can you just accept my gratitude? I love this face. This little pout is so cute. I'm not good at this kind of stuff. Talking feelings, whatever. Well, for someone not good at this kind of stuff, you're doing a pretty fine job. This was, pretty terrible overall, but not as terrible as it could have been. Sounds like high praise coming from you. Is my company so bad? No. It's whatever. God, what am I even saying? Look, I don't really do this whole people thing. Even before. But I didn't hate this. Hate being with you or, with everyone else. For the first time in a long time, I felt like a normal person. Thank you for coming. Normal is nice, but I'm here for you. Whether you're feeling normal or strange, or like you want to bite me, you shouldn't say that so casually. I'll get the wrong idea. What, that I wouldn't mind? You're insane. Beep. But you're still talking to me, so what does that make you? Even worse, probably. Just what I need. Another problem. I'd say we're a pretty good match, really. Don't say things like that. Why not? Because I'll start to believe you. He didn't look at you as he said it, but his voice was quiet, genuine, like the words had slipped out before he could stop them. And I don't know what I'd do with that. I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow. You better. You better go. Get out. Get! He hesitated, just for a moment, before he turned and slipped away into the night. I am the night. You were searching around in your pockets for your key when you heard the sound of footsteps against gravel. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi, who are you? Hi. Hello. Sir. Pretty. Ooh, I never noticed that he's got black tips to his hair. I always wanted red hair with black tips when I was young. In my emo goth phase. I desperately wanted black hair, but I also really wanted like the black tips to like the red hair. Obsessed. Working late? The keys dropped out of your hand and fell to the ground as your eyes peered through the darkness to notice someone leaning against a wall a few feet away from you. His red hair was framed with black tips, and his eyes were dark, his expression unreadable under the night sky. Hidden behind his hair was a black tattoo, wrapping itself around his throat. My bad. Didn't mean to startle you. Place like this? Thought it'd be closed by now. Can't say I know many stores open this time of night around here. Is something I can help you with? Maybe. Maybe not. I'm sure we'll work it out together, eh? This your place? Kind of. I'm just looking after it. It belongs to my aunt, actually. Silvery Marigold, right? She's pretty famous around here. That's an impressive family tree, if I've ever seen one. You know her, then? He tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. In passing. It's hard not to, really. She collects attention in a town like this. Hadn't heard she was leaving town. Well, I guess she doesn't owe anyone an explanation. She'll be back soon enough, anyway. No, I suppose she doesn't. It does make me curious, though. Leaving so suddenly does feel a lot like running, don't you think? Maybe she just needed a holiday. Maybe. Either way, you're not what I expected to find. What were you expecting? Hard to say. But I imagine we'll both find out soon enough. And then he smiled. You couldn't tell if it was warm or cold. Well, don't let me keep you. He stepped aside, gesturing towards the door. Wouldn't want to be the reason you miss curfew. As he bent down to pick up your keys, you felt his eyes on you. Not necessarily threatening, but there nonetheless. Just so you know, I happen to know someone who's very curious about you. Yeah? Should I be flattered or concerned? Maybe both. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other around, Sage Marigold. He turns, hands in pockets, already walking away. Did he give you your keys back? Wait, did he give the keys back? He picked them up, but... Oh, as you bend down to pick up your keys. I thought he bent down. Okay, I read that wrong. I was like, wow, he's got your keys. Hey, what's your name? Kale. Don't forget it, all right? You hurried inside and locked the door behind you. Well, I say, here I am, a humble spellbook, patiently awaiting their master for our promised training session, only to be abandoned, left alone to wither all day in this dusty room. I'm not surprised, master, just disappointed. Bonnie! Listen, a lesson might need to be put on hold for just a bit longer. I bumped into someone outside. I suggest watching when where you're going then, master. Takes no magical prowess, so you should be able to manage that much, I assure you. He knew my name, my aunt's too. Said he was just curious, but something felt off. Did he reek of sulfur? Speak in cryptic riddles. Glow ominously. I do hope he wasn't glowing, master. Strangers who glow are often up to no good. What? No, nothing like that. He just had red and black hair. Dressed kind of cool, I suppose. Black tattoo on his neck. He said his name was Kale. Kale, you say? Yeah, does it mean anything to you? Kale. Tattoo on his neck, stars above. Where have I heard that name before? He cleared his throat very deliberately. Well, I would never jump to conclusions without proper research. That would be terribly unprofessional of me. However, I may need to consult my appendix of suspicious persons, errant entities and known troublemakers. It's a rather long list, you understand? Well, thank you for that, I think. Of course. It is my pleasure, master. Seems our lesson will be once again put on hold. Please do try not spontaneously combust or otherwise harm yourself in the meantime. I would hate to be placed back on a shelf waiting for the next terrible spellcaster to come my way. I'll do my best not to combust. It is bare minimum effort, master, but I suppose I shall take it. You smiled faintly and moved to replace your day clothes with your pajamas, The quiet of the apartment settling around you like a familiar quilt. Barnabas drifted lazily to your desk, muttering something about cross-referencing character flaws. You decided it was best to leave him be. Of what you knew of him, he sometimes needed to mutter strangely to himself. Yeah, me too. Me too, Barney. You turn towards the window, your reflection soft against the darkened glass. Outside, the town of Willowmist slept. Quiet, calm, and just a little strange. And tomorrow, you'd open the shop again, maybe learn a spell, maybe meet someone new. But for tonight, you were home. Oh, wow. The list of game designers is very long now. Whoa.
They tell me of the choices and the tastes I have in store. Every antique has a secret, every trinket has a tale, every person.
Oh, these patrons. Something
feels that
this is some toy music in me.
I can't
shake of these feelings in misery. So many patrons.
every bone in my being is
Begging to stay.
broken puzzle
Oh.
pieces fall right in a place.
Hope you enjoyed the first week of the game.
Puzzle pieces fall right into place.
Please consider wish listing the game on Steam if you haven't done so. And that is done. We're done. Many, many hours. So, I hope you enjoyed that. That is the newest demo from my dear friends, 2.5 Studios. If you haven't wishlisted it, you should totally go ahead and do that on Steam. And if you would like to play it yourself without my blabbering and terrible accent, the Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. It's going to be a big game. I think it's projected to be like their biggest one yet. And they've got some pretty big games. Like, the Divine Speaker is like 300,000 words. Dreambound is fairly huge too, I think. Let's see, what is my promo? My promo code. Does that still lead to them? Yeah, it does. Let's see. Does it work on... Do I have that here too? Boo. Oh! Oh, no. Okay. That's unexpected. Okay. It's still keyframes on YouTube. The problem with multiple... The problem with multiple platforms is that you have to set up everything for each one. Like, I really want like the multi-streaming like set from Stream Elements to actually go across both platforms. I'm really, really hoping that now that now that Twitch is actually allowing multi-streaming, that there'll be more in terms of like functionality from these other things. that they'll be able to build in things more and it can go across multiple accounts, because that would be so useful. Because like they've got the Stream Elements has the multi-chat, but you can it's read only. I really want something that I can post like from OBS and it goes across both accounts. Can do that with like Restream. So far Restream is actually what I found that has like the most like usability, except I can't customize what the chat looks like. They've got like some preset things and they're all awful. But that was Willowmist. It's a lot different to anything they've done before, and I'm super excited for where they go with it. Super excited to see their lore, what their characters end up being. Who knows? Maybe one of them will just be a guy. Just a dude. I think that would be exceptionally funny. I think you've got all these. It kind of is funny when you've got all these magical characters and then one of them's just a dude. Like, I have that with the In-Between. I've got like, you know, two ancient gods and then just a dude. Poor little Leon. Boy. Cat boy, goat boy, boy. So yeah, so that is this one done. Thank you so much for joining me on this. I hope you enjoyed it. And let me know what you would like to see next. It's because we've got a space now that we're done with this. So I usually, like, I'm trying to go with, like, you know, one like longer, more mainstream, like, you know, big RPG kind of thing. We're playing Dragon Age Origins at the moment, and that's something that will be continuing through all of those games. So I'm going to have, like, you know, years of Dragon Age ahead of me, which is entirely delightful. I'm obsessed with those games. They're everything to me. But we also need another one. Dispatch was suggested earlier, and I think that is probably a really good option. I do really want to play that, so maybe our next one that we'll play will be Dispatch. But if there's anything you would like to see played on the channel, let me know. Because I want to play what you guys want to see me play. To catch me off stream, I have a whole bunch of things. I've got Twitter, got Blue Sky, I even have Tumblr. Easiest to catch on Discord. I have a whole channel dedicated to a whole category in my Discord server for my studio dedicated to the channel. Come chat, suggest some things. I posted on my YouTube shorts the other day some of the like the gameplay that my offline game with the 2.5 Studio mod group every fairly frequent. Sometimes it's once a week, sometimes it's, you know, depends on lives, but we play Lethal Company and Repo together. And I posted on my YouTube shorts a couple of clips from our most recent game of absolute assassination attempts against me. I really love those games. Those would be something that I might be interested in doing, like, collab streams of. I think that would be really fun to play with some folks on some of those kinds of games. I'm really interested to see like gameplay and stuff of that new Yap Yap. That looks ridiculous and super fun. But yeah, let me know what you want to see, and hopefully we'll also have some more fun things to bring. The next stream, probably next weekend with Dragon Age. And I was aiming to do Sacred Urn, but I think I'll probably do Orzammar instead, so try and get that out of the way and then go back to the Urn, because the Denerim stuff is like the kind of endgame higher level stuff, so get my butt kicked with that. Got a lot of companion things that we can do as well. So more Dragon Age. And then we'll see what else we come up with. Maybe Dispatch. Maybe something else will get suggested. You can find the link to all my social stuff and my studio's games. I have, you know, all the Twitter, Discord, Patreon for those. You can buy my game Moonflower. Or subscribe to my Patreon to see all of my development things and secrets and betas and all those kinds of stuff, as I'm working on the in-between, which is slight development hell, but I'm getting there. So thank you so much for joining me, and I hope to see you on the next one. Bye-bye.